Michigan, back in Michigan, I put them on and come out.
It is a little hot there.
Legal, it's legal. I can do this.
How long have you been dealing here?
I can only walk, of course.
10 years?
Probably did
You
more
play?
harm than good, right?
Well, I just said
Have you
the
played
idea
live at the bike?
call attention to was illegal to put
Really?
things on
You're
your
a dealer.
shoes.
You
Makes you
should
tell
be.
whether that was legal or not. That's what you want to find out. By doing that, that's how you illustrate it.
Yeah?
But I came back and put regular shoes on.
Uh-huh. Nice.
Good job. Good job. Thank you. All right, no problem. Just, all right, 500.
Gentlemen,
Is the button right?
start your engine.
It was a big one when he called that.
Good luck, everyone. Good luck.
All right, I got one hand.
Go ahead, shuffle up and deal. 500,
You've got
1,500,
200.
15 green.
Yeah,
15,
don't stick it in there.
Okay, Simon?
Yeah, it's got
What was it going to be?
524. Wow. We're already off the
Yeah.
list.
Yeah.
We're already off the list.
Olden.
We just talked about it.
105.
A call?
So I got a picture. Now, did you say call or all in? Call? You
You said call.
said
call.
call. All right, okay.
Seiko. So there is a change coming back then.
Make that look like 10 and a half.
Yeah, 10. Seiko.
You did say call. Ah, I got to get the window down.
You got something there, fella?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Live at the Bike, brought to you by the Bicycle Casino in Los Angeles, California, the first and only webcast of real action cash game poker. My name is Bart Hanson. Tonight I am joined by Shirley Rosario. Shirley, we're going to quickly go to the table because we are ending a media invitational tournament tonight.
Right.
We're going to start the show off with that tonight. We're down to four-handed. Going to take a little break when the
I think we're
tournament...
five.
Five-handed. We're going to take a little break when the tournament ends, and then we're going to come back with a $10, $20, $1,000 minimum no-limit hold'em cash game with Cloney Gowan.
Right.
So let's get to the action. And we'll briefly...
We see them all in here.
Yeah.
Off the bat, we have ace 3 versus, it looked like 9-10,
Yeah.
and it looks like a pair of nines. Okay, so that a pair of aces wins.
Okay.
That is Reed in seat 4.
So we've got a
So
couple
seat
of...
9 is...
Yeah. And it looks like we have a couple of players, and now we're down to four-handed, it looks like. We've got
So
a
that's
couple of-
Glenn right there, and he was the
Right.
one that had the pair of nines, and
We
he's
have
going to be leaving.
a couple of names here at the table, and this is why kind of we decided to end the tournament, because we've got Jim McManus there in seat 3,
Right.
and Simon Trumper in the English Professional Pro in seat 6.
Right.
So we're going to see four-hand with these two guys, and then the other two people, Reed in seat 4 and Bradley in seat 7. Again,
And
this
we'll
was,
give you a little history on them, too, as well.
this was an invitational media event that Shirley, myself, and Dave Tuckman played in.
Yes.
There were 49 people in the event. First prize is a Legends of Poker seat. Second prize is $2,000. Third prize, I believe, is $1,000. Excuse me, $1,150, and fourth is $595. So there you go, and we're down to four-handed right now. And for all you people that were wondering, Dave Tuckman actually
Yes, he
won
did.
the last longer. But the funny
And Bart
thing
was
is,
first
I was
to go
first
out.
But the funny thing is that Dave got bumped out on the button in 11th, got no
A
prize
bubble,
money.
not a
Yeah.
button, yeah.
Yeah. And we were doing $100 last longer, and I gave him my 4 racks of 25-cent chips before we came in here. So here we go. It looked like the pot was limped, which is not common in four-handed, and we're going to see a flop.
Here we have a pair here for Simon.
Yep.
Bradley checks. Simon checked, too.
Turn was a 10, and
They
the
both,
river's an ace.
yeah, and they both checked.
And Simon's going to take it down there,
There we
with
go,
9-10.
pair of tens.
Yep. So again, we're down to four-handed. We are playing for a Legends of Poker seat.
Right.
It is Worth $5,000, Shirley, plus the entry fee.
Plus, they get some cash too.
Yep, $5,000 plus. They actually get $100 in cash for first seat. Second prize is $2,000. Third is $1,150, and fourth is $595.
And I would imagine for some of these players, $595 is not a bad payday. I mean, you know, they're media people. Well, some are media / poker players, but
Right.
I was going to talk about a couple of these players. Of course, we know Jim McManus, the author of Positively Fifth Street.
Yep.
He's also a poker columnist for the New York Times.
Looks like McManus has Jack 10 of clubs here in seat 3. Simon on the button. He's got 8-3 offsuit. He's going to muck it. And, wow, Bradley, he's got King 5 suited and he just completes. That's
he
very
just
passive
calls.
play. Again, we are in a tournament. We're down to 4-handed.
King High's pretty strong four-handed. I mean, especially you're going against just the blind.
The blinds are $1,500 and $3,000 with $500 antes, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And those black chips are $500 chips. So they're very high levels. Almost everyone's almost on a short stack. It's a small tournament, Shirley.
Mm-hmm.
And Jim is deciding whether
Jim's moving all
he's
in.
going to move all in with Jack 10. And Bradley, again, with 5 cards to come, he's a favorite here.
Now, yeah, but I have to say something. If he's going to call here, he should have moved in.
Absolutely.
He
100%.
should not limp and
Yeah.
then call a race. If he wanted those chips to get in there,
Yeah.
you push him in.
I agree with you 100%.
So Bradley there thinking it over in seat 7. He's from BoldPoker.com.
Yeah. Again, if you want to follow a live...
And it looks like... And KCal maybe.
If you want to, and he's going to muck it. If you want to follow a live thread that started by the show, started on the internet, you can go to 2plus2.com spelled out. Click on Tournament Poker, World Poker Tour, and other televised tournaments, and we are right there. Again, we are here live at the bike. We are down to 4-handed, playing for a Legends of Poker seat. Jim McManus in seat 3, Reed in seat 4, Simon Trumper in seat 6, and Bradley in seat 7.
So I'll go ahead and talk about one of the other players. Reed in seat 4 works for KFWB Radio, which David said is a sports radio.
Yes,
or did you say a sports
radio station
Yeah,
in LA.
I'm not really that familiar with it, but that's what he does. And then Simon, the one contemplating right there, he's actually a professional poker player. He's ranked first for Pot Limit High this year.
Yep.
He has a diary that he writes, and you can see that on sportinglife.com. And then he also has his own website, simonacestrumper.com.
Now Bradley's got ace rag, and he's going to move all in. Now Jim McManus, he's got ace 7 in the small blind. And he's thinking, again, most players, these guys are kind of on the short stack here, Shirley, with the big levels. It's an all-in over there by Bradley with ace 4.
And I would imagine Reed's probably saying, please call so I don't have to call.
Yeah.
I don't want to make a decision.
Jim is going to muck. Now Reed has king 10. With one of those aces dead, it gives him more of a chance to win the hand if he makes the call, but he will be an underdog.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to count it out. $15,500 all in here
That's a big all-in.
by Bradley. The blinds are $1,500 and $3,000, so it's over 10 times the big blind. And it would probably put Reed pretty much all in, I would imagine, if he makes this call. But again, you're 4-handed. King 10 isn't the best hand, but obviously it's a lot better than in a ring game.
Now, I don't really think he's getting the right price to make this call here, but I'd have to do a... But if he does happen to make the call, he's not in horrible shape.
Well,
Yeah, he has 2 live cards.
I don't
and-
necessarily know if this is even a pricing issue. I think it's too much of a bet for it to say I need to call with any 2 cards, and it just becomes, do I think I have the best hand?
Yeah.
And he's going to muck
He
there.
folds there.
Yep. It's kind of funny. You wonder, where's Alex Powers when you need him in the commentary booth here with Jim McManus on the table?
Uh-huh.
The other thing that we don't have in front of us, we don't know what's what's the payout? What's the difference between?
Again, $2,000 for second place. I think it was $11.50 for third, $5.99 for fourth. And it's seat into the main event and $100 for first.
Mm-hmm. Where, if you win the seat, you could parlay it into $1 million. So that would be a nice payday.
Got to go through the world champion, Doyle Brunson.
That's
defending
true,
us.
and a lot of other professionals too.
Yeah. Bradley's got Jack 9 of hearts here.
Second is 2,000. First 6,000 plus 100. Second 2,000. Third 1150. Fourth 595.
McManus is on the button. We have to see his cards.
Second is 1875. I'm sorry.
And McManus is going to fold.
Paul, we all have very low M's. Because that's very low.
And here we go. I think it was just a limp there. Maybe it was a limp and a call. A limp under the gun by Bradley.
Well, regardless,
Wow.
Bradley flopped a straight here.
Yeah, King 10 Queen here on the flop. And Simon has a pair, obviously short-handed. He's got second pair.
Mm-hmm.
And look at this. There's nothing like getting the nuts bet into you. Simon's going to bet here with Queen 4, and Bradley's got the straight. Simon's going to have to catch a running full house
that's
here,
it.
and that's going to do it. River is an ace, and Bradley's going to take it. Let's see if Bradley covers
I would have
Simon
Simon.
Trumper.
I think that he does. Looks pretty. Yes, he does.
Okay, so we're down to three-handed.
Three-handed. That's
Simon Trumper's going to walk out $595 richer.
Uh-huh.
Reed, Bradley, and Jim McManus playing for a seat now. Again, we are here live at the bike. Those of you just joining us, my name is Bart Hansen. I'm joined by Shirley Rosario. We are concluding a media invitational event that has started here earlier this afternoon. We're down to three-handed. After this event, we will be going to a 10-20 no-limit hold'em game with a
5-10, right?
10-20 with a $1,000 minimum buy-in. And Cloney Gowan will be featured on the show.
Yes.
And we also will have Brian, 2+2er Brian, a.k.a. handle name CW Gluck 27, I believe. He's made it out here from Des Moines, Iowa. And he's going to play in the big game.
Good.
So we'll see how he fares. So right after this is done, we're going to take about a 5-minute break, shuttle that new game on, Shirley.
Mm-hmm.
And Jim McManus has moved all in. He's picked up ace-6. And look at Bradley with pocket
Bradley might
fives.
make
He's got
this
a pair.
call. We'll see. He has a lot of chips.
Yeah. And he's thinking. I mean, obviously the best case scenario for Bradley if Jim were to have ace-rag with an undercard to the fives. Now, in this case, this is kind of a semi-race situation. Bradley would be a slight favorite. And he's going to make the call here,
Wow,
Shirley.
there you go.
He's going to make the call. So ace-6 against pocket fives. It's a race. This would break McManus if he loses the hand. 10-3-8 on the flop. No help for Jim. Turn is a king. Jim's going to have to catch an ace or a 6 here. And the river is a 9. And Bradley is going to take it down.
There's a lot of
And Jim McManus is going to walk out with
$1,150.
$1,150. And we are heads up. And Bradley, I got to say, he's probably either a 4 or 5-1 chip leader over
Yeah,
Reed
I
right
think
now.
so. And I'm really curious. I mean, does he want to play in the Legends event? If he wins that Legends event, he has to take the seat, and he only gets $100 cash.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Now, I would want the Legends seat.
Right. But other people might
But
want
some
the
might want
$2,000.
some cash. Yeah, $2,000 isn't chump change to some.
Yeah. So we're heads up here, Shirley. Looks like a fold and a fold. Ooh, ace-king suited here for seat 7. And Reed has got a jack-4 offsuit on the button. Now, of course, this is the unique situation, Shirley, when you're heads up, you go... the button is actually first to act in the first round because he's the small blind. And it looks like he has called here. And I think Bradley's just going to move all in here, right? He's gonna
I don't know. The way that he has played, I wouldn't move all in, but I think that's kind of his pattern.
Yep. And he's going to move all in.
No.
No? He didn't move? Yeah, he did. He did move all in.
Oh. Okay.
And that's the danger when you just kind of complete out of the button there by Reed. He just called the small blind.
I have to admit, I do that a lot in heads-up poker. I like to see flops. I like to play post-flop. I don't like to get my, I'm not going to get my chips in there with Jack-4, but if I think I can call and see a flop and outplay them, then I will limp. So, someone comes over the top of you, it's an easy laydown. You don't lose that much.
Again, everyone out there watching, don't freak out when the tournament ends. We're going to take a little 5-minute break. We're going to go to a casino shot, a floor shot, and we will be coming back with a 10-20 $1,000 minimum buy-in game featuring Cloney Galley.
Right. And the game is already going.
Yeah.
We just have to get them up and moving.
Tour CW Gluck 27. I think that's the handle name.
I can hide it over here if you want.
And again, we're talking about Bradley's got he's got at least 4 or 5 to 1. He's picked up pocket threes, Bradley. And Reed's going to move all in here with 7-4 diamonds, and I think Bradley
is going to call. And
so this could do it.
Reed, probably hates that call, but he has 2 overs. He's not in
2 overs.
He's not in bad shape.
And he's suited. I mean, this is actually close to 50-50.
Yeah,
here.
he's not in bad shape at all.
Well, King 10 deuce, no help for Reed. Turn is an ace. Reed's going to have to catch a 7 or a 4 here. Bradley's going to win. And the river is an ace, and Bradley takes it down. Bradley from KCal.
Bold Poker Tour.
From boldpokertour.com. And he works for KCal. Boldpokertour.com is going to take it down. He wins the media event, and he gets a seat into the Legends of Poker, the main event. Congratulations, Bradley. Ms. Tuckman's giving him some congratulations. And the second place winner is going to walk away with $1,875.
It was $2,000, but they pulled off $125 to get to the actual real Bubble Boy, which was the 10th place finisher. David finished in 11th. So
we're going to take about 5 minutes, and we're going to go to a casino shot, and we will be back with our 10-20 No Limit Hold'em game.
Yes.
That actually ended a lot quicker, huh? That's good.
What are we going to put up here? Donna, what's going to be there? What? 1,000? What did you get? Huh?
Yeah, you get chips. Go ahead. Okay, go ahead and put your chips. Throw me a rack. I'll pick these up. Benny.
Free entry for everybody.
He's got him right there. Right behind you. You can move them. I'll just put them down. nice things about that. Oh, well, you probably will say that a couple of times. I'll be you probably will when you go, what the heck? It's us, okay? They kick some butt. Honey, you want your shrimp?
Brett, maybe about here.
Okay.
What are the blinds?
100, 200.
Sweet.
I think they're 510.
Anybody see some paperwork?
10, 20 blinds?
Is this an existing game?
New game?
No.
Chips! Chips!
Hey, Rick, correct?
Chips!
One is for the bulletin board, one is for the mine. You want me to do it? My odds are better with 62 people.
Randy, what seat are you going to do?
What's 62 times 30 is
5607.
180,000. And then once it starts, it's it, right? Shuffle up and deal, nobody can get in, right?
No, it's a live game. It's a cash game. So when you bust out, I mean, you can get back in your
I'm
pocket.
talking to my brother about the $3,000 game.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I
No,
know.
he's right. When they say shuffle up and deal, that's it, right?
Yeah, she's in seat 8.
How much? Yes. 2,000? Well, you do yourself a favor. Go kick some ass, and if you get bad beat, walk out.
$10 chips? Because
Take
that's what
that
they
back.
use now, sir.
Last time you said that, I got knocked out the next hand.
They just switched up recently.
Oh, yeah, we got to.
Call me an asshole. Come on. Tell me to go home.
You don't have to, so you don't have to. They still count.
You want to give me some 10s?
I'll do that in a second.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry. Dave's got you. Hey, thank you. It was cool having you guys. Okay, I'm going to go around.
50s? How much are they? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1,000.
You go, Bart.
500. How many chips are in? 1,000. Good luck. Good luck, everybody. You want me to? Ask Bonnie. Bonnie, you want me to cash in the yellow? Okay.
5 or 6.
Okay. 200 line Clooney.
100 seat 9.
100 seat 9. Here's 800.
You want yellow,
300 you said?
Yes.
4 or 5, I'll pick 5. Whatever. Okay. What do you want, sir? Red? Yes, please. Blue? Are we going to need yellow?
No. I just need one stack of
800.
them.
Okay, hang on. Watch the camera. Come over and check the board.
Be right back, guys.
You're taking 5?
I'll take mine.
What's your,
Double L.
oh, you're double L. That's what I was looking for. Okay. Thanks.
Good man.
Okay, we have a problem. Leland and Drummond right here. Check your board. I need you to fill out all this as fast as you can.
Here, you want two more?
Leland and yes. What's your initials, honey? You might have put yourself on the other side. Okay. Did you put yourself on live at the bike? Mainly I put myself.
Chicks. Chick. One stack.
How much are you buying in for?
2,000.
All right. Well, Evan, they put you on the wrong board. They put you on the other 1,000. So what we could do is go ahead and split you up on this 1,000. So maybe we should talk about yeah, we're gonna try to get you in next. All right. You guys want to buy his brown chip? Yeah. What we're gonna do is we're gonna have a talk with Mo, the host.
Give me 1,000, right? 500.
Anybody wanna buy some browns?
Y'all buy 700?
900.
This is me right here, right?
Let him get up. Wait, she has to double check the board.
Give me a stack.
300. 200 right now?
Yeah.
You guys 200?
You give me one more?
Here, sir.
You want a purple chip?
Sheet
One
9.
purple chip.
100, right? 100 for you?
Thank you, Dave. Thank you.
Anybody else
Those
need
you
chips?
can draw a card for
Just
the
go
button.
ahead and fill out. Favorite player. Who's
Play
your
the game?
favorite player?
Oh, okay. How much you
Yeah. Sir, draw a card for the button. You got 3 outs.
Probably gonna be the best part I've had all night right here.
Come downhill from there.
Anybody want to surrender?
Draw a card for the first.
Doctor, she's got the board right there.
You starting playing one?
You draw a card yet?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
let's give him a bad beat already.
All right, so you put the cards over this thing?
You do.
Good luck, everybody.
Don't have to get used to that. How much you buying?
In case anybody doesn't know, this is what you want to do. Is just bring them on up. If you decide to call, some people like to get it out of the way. If you decide to check your cards, pull them back a little bit behind you. As you can see, you can get a little reflection off the side of the camera. So you can check them.
So we don't have to show them if we're not playing the hand.
Right.
Brian, do me a favor.
Yeah,
Would you rather shuffle? Before your next shuffle,
Okay.
show them exactly how to
I did. I just went before. I did right now.
You guys can keep the cards there during the whole thing. Obviously, take them off the key.
I haven't seen you. You haven't said hello to me.
Too busy.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you do keep them on if you're in the hand. You pull them off the check.
Okay, the rules
Put
are
them
if
back.
your cell phone rings, please step away from the table. If you're going to play in the hand, please place them in the window. Thank you, guys.
Do you have all the stuff that...
I need tags. Donna.
Top or your ball?
All right, let's jump it. They give us the option.
Less overhead, yeah. 50 cents, I think.
One of the lowest.
Oh, right. From now on, I won't chop. If they're going to take anything, we can't chop.
No, you have to.
You don't have to.
You don't have
They're
to
going
chop.
to take a rake on the flop. They're going to take a rake on the
You
flop.
didn't know?
It's 50 cents now. I'm taking $4 from you. That's it.
I knew, so that's why I'm...
They're going to take a rake on the flop no matter. If
Yeah,
you
it's
limp,
$5
they're gonna
and
take
50 cents.
Yeah, cheaper.
So that's why it's less overhead.
Because it's only 50 cents. It's not bad.
But whatever.
What do you take on the flop?
$5. $4?
Plus the jackpot.
Well, $5. Yeah.
And last time I played this, you get the jackpot.
Really? In live?
Right after they quit it, yeah.
Cool. Never been done yet. This seat and that seat. Royal flush over full house.
So they take 4 and then 1 for the jackpot, or 3 plus 1?
4 plus.
So when we get a cow budget laying them down here, that's what we do. It's Monday night.
Too bad I wasn't sitting on this side of it.
Very good. Boy, I hope I draw your ticket and it's not one of you.
I can't check again. You got to pay attention. You know, it's check all the way to here.
That's 200.
I'm new to this, okay? You gotta give me have patience with me.
I'm new too. All right.
You play mainly limit, right? And no limit? Plays mainly limit.
Actions on her, Donna. Five players.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Live at the Bike. Tonight we are going to be doing a $1,000 buy-in, 10-20 no-limit game featuring Cloney Gowan. We just finished up our Media Invitational Tournament, and we gave away a Legends of Poker seat. I will be joined shortly by Shirley Rosario, and let's get to the action. I'm going to go around and introduce the table really quick. Seat number 1 there, we have Dave. In seat 2, in the yellow shirt, we have Rick. Chiming in seat 3, it's 2+2 or Brian, a.k.a. CW Gluck 27, I believe. The very, very gorgeous Cloney Gowan, champion of the Legends of Poker Women's Invitational, the first inaugural event, there in seat 4. Seat number 5, we have Amar, sporting the Phillies jersey, a little Philly love, and it's actually Amir, like Amir Vahidi. Seat 6, we have the ever-lovable Zhang Huang and his significant other. In seat 7, we have Randy. And seat 8, we have another female at the table, Lily. And in seat 9, we have Jim. So we're seeing a couple of new people here to the table. Of course, we're familiar with John Huang. Brian over there in seat 3 flew in from Des Moines, Iowa to play on Live at the Bike. He's a 2+2er. And he was telling me that he wanted to, save some of his money for a smaller game. But I told him that Cloney Gowan was going to play here tonight. And he said, all right, get me on there right next to her. And we sat him down right next to her in seat 3. Of course, we're doing a tournament tomorrow night, the Poker Blue tournament, and then on Saturday we're probably doing another 10-20 game. So he said, well, let me play next to Cloney Gowan. It looks like Brian, right off the bat here, is raised out of seat 3 with pocket 6s. He's got smooth called by seat 5 with ace-queen, Amir, and he's picked up top pair, queen 10 deuce on the flop. Jim is in there with 7-4 of diamonds. Looks like Brian's going to lead here again. I believe the pre-flop raise was to 60, so the pot's about $200. He's going to bet 150 here, and let's see what Amir does. Not that good of a flop for pocket 6s, out of position. And ace-queen's going to make it 300. He's going to raise it the minimum. Really like the raise, especially with a strong hand there. Brian's going to muck, and Amir takes it down. We're going to get a chip count here pretty soon, but it looks like there's a decent amount of chips on the table. Cloney looks like she's got at least 3,000 or 4,000 there in front of her. Brian looked like he bought in for maybe 1,500 to 2,000. And again, we'll get that accurate chip assessment. If you want to follow a live thread, you can go to 2plus2.com, spelled out. Click on click on forums, click on Tournament Poker, World Poker Tour, and other televised tournaments. And we are right there. Check out our website at www.liveatthebike.com. And if you're watching the stream, you have been redirected there. And looks like seat number 7 there has raised with an ace-10 of spades. He made it 100 to go, and Randy is going to take it down. I want to tell everybody about some interesting happenings after the stream ended last night, Shirley. I posted this up on the thread on 2plus2 last night. The game was moved up to 501,000. Okay? 3-5. 3 in the small, 5 in the big. At 2 a.m., I'm playing stud high-low. I hear a very, very large commotion at this table. I turn around, and Johnny Chan has hit the large end of the jackpot, and Barry Greenstein has hit the small end of the jackpot. The board had 3 aces on it. Barry Greenstein had ace-king. Johnny Chan had pocket 10s. The jackpot was $40,000. So Johnny won $20,000 from the jackpot, yet only netted probably $12,000 from the hand because he lost $8,000 in the hand.
Yeah.
Isn't that? And Johnny said it was the first jackpot he's ever won in his life.
We couldn't think of 2 people that deserved it or needed it more, huh, Bart? Of course, kidding.
Barry Greenstein and Johnny Chan split the jackpot last night. Lily brought this one in here with pocket 6s, and Rick called with queen 8. Look at this. Rick is going to lead right out. And Lily mucks the pocket 6s.
What happened to Cloney?
Cloney's
There she is, in
C4.
C4.
Yeah.
Okay.
There she is. Of course, again, she got, most of her poker fame through winning the Bike's inaugural
Ladies Invitational.
Ladies Invitational.
As long as there's a flop, you see it.
She's actually a friend of mine. I told her, please don't make a bonehead move where I have to say, what was she thinking? And she said, I'm sure you're going to ask that at least once.
Raise it, make it 80.
John Huang, he's raised here with ace-6 of spades. And I don't want to get into this with you too in depth, Shirley, but I still have to bring it out that I know that you kind of have mixed feelings about the Ladies Invitational, right, at Legends.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, I just think that sometimes people that deserve to be invited, that have done the most for the game, do not get invited. Mm-hmm. And I understand the World Poker Tour's, position on it, and that they need to make it a good show and people that are good for television.
Yep.
I understand that they want to invite, hot-looking chicks, but you can't ignore the people that have done a lot for the game. And this year, the World Poker Tour has invited Marsha Wagner, so that is one woman that has been out there for a long time and deserves to be on the show.
Yep.
But Barbara Enright, once again, has been looked over, and that's the one that frustrates me the most,
Well, they kind of, you correct me if I'm wrong, they kind of got the huge names kind of out of the way on the first year, right? Like Annie Duke.
I don't agree with you.
Jennifer Harmon. What I'm saying is the really, the women that really, yell out the ones that have gotten the most coverage. And I'm asking you, Harmon was on the show the first year, Annie Duke was on the show was the first year, and Kathy Liebert. Those are the three that I was thinking of off the top of my head.
Yeah. Oh, Kathy's
Now, obviously they're
great
not
tournament
going to repeat.
No, they aren't. They aren't.
Yeah.
But, that first year, and they invited Maureen Feduniak, who had done a couple things. But, they, like I said, they overlooked some of the pioneers of the game and have continued. They usually stick one up there. Like last year, they put Wendine on there. And this year, they're putting Marsha on there. But there's still a lot of women that haven't been chosen. And to tell you the truth, one of them that really surprises me is Mimi Tran, because she's done really well in tournaments this year.
Oh, and she hasn't been invited.
She has not been
that
invited, so that was really surprising.
Seat 8 is raised here with pocket 10s, and he gets a smooth call she gets a smooth call by Jim in seat 9. Seat 9's got pocket jacks. Just a smooth call here. So 10s against jacks. If we see a ragged board here, we could see some fireworks. Here we go with the flop, and it's a ragged board. 4-4-3, couple of clubs. Lily's going to check. And Jim bets, and you got to think Lily's going to check raise.
Mm-hmm.
It's a $150 bet there by Jim, and Lily is going to check raise. Looks like to 300. It was just the minimum, and Jim quickly called. So we've got about an $800 pot here going to the turn. Let's hope for no overcards here, Shirley. I want to see what happens. Well, the turn's an 8. Lily's going to check again. Now remember, she check raised the flop. Jim called. And now
that check would actually make you think that she has a flush draw.
And Jim checked right behind
wow.
her. And the river is a 7. And look at this, it just gets checked down.
Huh.
Wow, very passive play.
See, I probably would have thought that she had the flush draw, that she was trying to buy it with the mini raise there, and then when she checks again, she probably didn't hit. And
well, I
probably would have bet on the river.
Now. I mean, the thing with the mini raise is I'm suspect of it because unless he has absolutely nothing, that mini raise, I mean, you've already got $500 in the pot and he only needs to call 150. I would think if she was on a flush draw, she would really want to make it a semi-bluff and check raise more. But that's just one guy's opinion.
But don't you think, yeah, that's true. Okay. I just think that on the river that, he could have stuck a bet out there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. I'm talking about the logic of just the mini check raise there on the flop. So we got the 2+2. We're in the house there in seat 3. He's kind of limp with Queen 10.
Did you get his name for sure? Were you right?
I'm somewhere around right. I think it's C.W. Gluck, either 22 or 27, something like that.
7 players.
Oh, 7-way action, family pot, limped around. So it's $140 in the center. Jack 9 deuce, couple of spades.
7, sir.
That's counting me as a player?
6 players. 7 players. 7 people in the hand.
Looks like we got a bet there by Rick with the second pair. And Brian has mucked the open-ended straight draw. And Rick is going to take it down. Oh, there's Doyle Brunson.
Doyle with his son, Habib there. And the guy with the red hat. Oppenheim, David Oppenheim. Oh, Barry Greenstein. I bet you we could get him in here with me. Oh, Eli Elezra. Yeah, a lot of the names are coming in. I just saw the Mizrahi brothers.
Well, they're doing the charity.
They drove 30 hours to get here from Tunica.
They're doing the charity event tonight. Celebrity charity event. And, of course, the main event starts in, a couple days, and there's a bunch of super satellites coming up.
It's a 2 1-day, yeah.
Right.
They have 2 day ones, which is Saturday and Sunday, so depending on where you draw.
Well, here we go with Cloney Gowan. She's going to come in here the first time tonight. She's got pocket 8s. She raises to 80.
It's got to be 85.
And, you know, I don't know enough about Cloney Gowan to really state anything about this, but when I was in Vegas, I have to tell you, and I'm not going to name names, that a lot of the people that were old-timers or that, you know, have been around poker for a while, because I was trying to get a bunch of interviews, and sometimes I'd be like, well, what about Cloney Gowan? And I'd be like, why? I think a lot of the players don't necessarily respect her. They think she just did one thing, and that she hasn't really done anything else. And like I said, I don't know enough about her. We'll see here tonight. But I think that she isn't necessarily as respected as some other players that are in the spotlight.
Well, she did have I think she had too many finishes this year at the World Series. I know she had one for sure.
60, raise it.
Seat number 2 is going to come in there with Ace Rag. He raises to 60.
I hope I tip you every third.
Me too, I want to tip too. No call, sir.
And again, all these of you wondering about the media event, there were 49 people in it this afternoon. What a juicy event for Dave, myself, and you to enter. 49 entries. It was a free roll. First prize was a Legends of Poker seat, which is worth $5,000. Second was $2,000. Third was over $1,000. And we all didn't make the final table.
No.
And Dave bubbled out, and Dave actually won the last longer bet. Now, I was the first one out. Jim McManus knocked me out. But it was very frustrating because you don't get into those types of situations. It's almost like entering an internet tournament when it's on the rare time when it's like a holiday where they actually don't meet the guarantee by a lot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Sometimes you stumble into that on a small side
Well,
or
this
something.
is even better than a case like that because people that go to the internet games actually know a little bit something about poker. Some of the people that were in there
didn't know anything.
are media, and they
50%
really
was
didn't
dead
know.
money, too.
Yeah, they really didn't know anything about tournament poker.
Randy's
Or
going to raise here.
know enough about it.
Randy's going to make it 80.
I have room up here.
Ace 10 offsuit, and he's going to take it down.
I'm sitting like a girl with a skirt on.
One peep from the
And, yeah, you're right. I mean, you get 50 entries, and 50% of it's dead money.
Well,
You know?
yeah. Yep.
It was a little frustrating to not be there towards the end. I really think. Very surprising that one of the three of us didn't make it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just one of those things, though. I guess.
I mean, once in a while you have to hold cards.
Yeah.
My big hands of the day were 10s, 8s, and 7s. How about yours?
8s, and that's the one I lost to.
Yeah, I lost with 6s. And I wasn't even so bad. I moved in. The guy called A7 and flopped all diamonds. I had the diamond draw. He flopped 2 pair. I had diamond draw 6 draw, and I couldn't get there.
Service, please. Food service.
So when you went out with the 8s, McManus, had an overpair? Is that what you said? You told me earlier he had 10s?
Yeah, it was a situation where I was in the big blind. I had posted 200 in the big blind. I think I had 800 left. And he raised from second position. And I just knew I was beat with 8s. But at that point, I just figured I was so short-chipped that I was hoping for a race. And now I realize maybe I should
Sometimes you
down.
convince yourself, you know, that...
Because McManus, he plays pretty tight.
Yes,
He's
he does.
not loose-aggressive.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, we have ace-king there for seat 9.
Yep, Jim is going to raise. Ace-king offsuit. We make it 150 to go. Muck and a muck. And John Huang had limped in there with 7-10 offsuit. He's going to muck. Yeah, we've seen a pretty tight table so far here. We got to get some blood in there.
There's more important things over here. First.
Grab another water, please.
Just bring it through.
With regards to KevMath's question, yes, all the players from last night will be entered in the $1 Million jackpot, just like any other jackpot table. KevMath on 2+2
So
asked
that would be pretty funny if they
the white chip
won $1 million
game,
too on top of it.
I mean, that's the reason why they're dropping in that game, because of that. And it's this Monday night at 9 o'clock, so everyone will be in town for it. So.
You have 9 jacks.
Looks like there's a raise here by seat 2, Rick, with ace-queen. John Huang has got ace king, and I think that he limped in first position, and he might limp re-raise here.
130 more. 150 total.
I think John might limp re-raise. We see him do it a lot, Shirley, with ace king in early position. So raise by ace queen, a limp to the right with pocket sevens, and there's a bunch of people between Huang and the raiser, and I have a good hunch that he's going to re-raise.
Can I have a note of those two, please?
Thank you. Not about it.
Raise it.
And there you go. Here we go with the re-raise.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we've seen him play aggressive time and time again. And he loves to make this move. A lot of people don't do this except with aces and kings. He's got ace king.
Uh-huh.
And 3 of the aces are dead. He's re-raised to 250. Dave quickly mucks pocket sevens in seat 1. And it's back to Rick, and Rick is dominated here.
Oh, he's probably kicking himself for putting that raise in there.
Well, I mean, there were 5 limpers in front of him.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to put the raise in to probably thin the field out with
Mm-hmm.
ace queen. Love that feature.
I know. It looks cool.
Isaac Cam. And I think he's going to, let's see what
He's
happens
calling.
here. He's going to make the call. And he's in big trouble. Again, we know that 3 of the aces are dead. Ace queen against ace king. He does have position on John Huang. 5-5-3. Rainbow flop. Pot's about $700. John looks like he's betting 400. Now what do you do, Cheryl?
400.
Backdoor
You have a
spade draw.
candy. You eat a candy.
Yeah. Guess that's better than like smokeless tobacco, right?
Punch into the bicycle club,
You know, it's funny because, I smoke occasionally. I smoke cigarettes occasionally, and it's not the best thing for you, but I got to tell you, smokeless tobacco, that's got to be one of the brutalest things. I see, and he's going to muck it.
What is it? Is it like a
Chewing tobacco.
pretend?
Chewing tobacco or snuff,
chewing tobacco.
Or snuff.
Yeah.
Snuff.
Oh,
too.
that's gross.
Yeah.
Gross
I see
stuff.
people do it at the poker table, spitting it into
Yeah,
water
into
bottles.
water bottles,
in
which
clear
is-
water
that's what
bottles
I'm
so you
talking
can
about.
see it. Oh, man.
In a can,
Yeah.
that you can't see it. That's
Yeah.
one thing, but
John takes it down there.
I took ace queen and tried to beat aces.
There we go with the chip count. So Jim there in seat 9 has the most with 7,600. Cloney's got 4,700. Brian with 25. 2 plus 2 are Brian. John with 22. Amir with 2,000. And the rest with 1,000. And I want to,
a lot of them just bought in for the minimum. That's
wonder if we can have that the Live the Bike host out there on the floor, Donna, ask Brian exactly what his 2 plus 2 handle is, because I don't think I'm getting it correctly.
How can you forget that face?
I did forget. I didn't realize it was him. I recognized his face, but I didn't know. It's 60?
she's asking him when he has it at hand. Okay, if you ask him when he folds there, Donna.
CCW Glock 27. That was close. So let's see if people can get and look in there. CCW Glock. I assume that's GLOCK 27. There you go.
I wasn't kidding about that ace that I did. That's part of
And I got to tell you, Shirley, when I walked out there after the show last night, the board for what was then 501,000 straight hold'em was the longest board in the entire casino.
Really?
It was over 20 people long. But the thing was that like they were trying to figure out, well, should we start to spread another game? No, they didn't want to spread another game. They wanted to get into that game.
Yeah,
That was the
I would
difference.
imagine.
Yeah.
They want to play with the big boys, or those.
No, but I mean, I
Those
think it was a
particular
bunch of
people.
people trying to wait to get in, but they didn't want to start another game. It was just that game.
Right.
It was
That's what
the
I'm saying.
attraction.
I would want to
Yeah.
get in there and play with some of those people, but. Well, I mean, I wouldn't want them to
Well, I don't
kick
think
my
it was-
butts, but just to say.
I don't think
I
it was
played with them.
necessarily a bunch of people coming to play with those people. I think it was a bunch of high rollers coming and realizing how good the game was and coming down to play in the game.
Oh.
That's what I mean.
Oh, okay.
Ace King 8 here on the flop. Pot was limped around.
He brought me one.
Oh, Rick, did you give me that?
We ordered 2 each.
John Wong's got an ace here. Looks like he's bet. $35. And maybe Jim is raised here in seat 9. I think he did. Stone Cold Bluff. Gonna take it down. I want to show some of you guys something here. The buffet, there's a charity event going on at the bike.
You don't show your leftovers.
Well, I was going to... I mean, it was unbelievable, some of this food. I mean, gourmet food here for the charity
This is
event.
chocolate-covered
So you can see
strawberries
chocolate-covered
here.
strawberries, like a fruit tart with cream puff. And then you can see here...
No, don't show them that. It's a plate
You
full
can
of
see
shrimp.
here, you can see
You can
leftover.
see
I needed
Bart's
shrimp,
leftover shrimp.
Cracked crab.
Just what they want to see, Bart.
It was amazing. I think it's a $5,000 entry fee tonight?
3,000.
$3,000.
Yeah. It's the Mariani Bus
Yeah.
charity event.
Yeah. Of course, Mariani and Jerry Bus have a great relationship here.
That would be
at the
Frank.
Bicycle Casino.
Yeah, Frank Mariani.
2 people have pocket 8s. John Huang and Jim. Now, Jim looked like he was the raiser. $50. Brian's going to smooth call with Queen Jack offsuit. And John and Jim are in there with pocket 8s. Ace 4-6. Brian has the second nut flush draw. And if it gets... Well, it's going to get... Looks like it... Looks like I got checked to Brian, and Brian's going to bet. He's going to bet $85, and why not? And he's going to take it down. There's one for the 2+2er. Of course, I think that you can... Cloney Gowan is affiliated with... I think it's Full Tilt, and I think sometimes you can play with her on the website. So maybe some of you out there have already played with her.
Are you talking about on Full Tilt Poker?
Yeah.
Yeah, I played with. It was kind of funny because I went to Full Tilt to see if they had any Omaha games, and they had an 8-16 game going. It was only 3-handed, but I'm like, oh, I'll give it a shot. So I sat down in there, and Eric Seidel was sitting in there. I didn't even realize he's all.
Say, how do I already know the answer to that though in my head?
Because I
Is it on
wrote
the
it.
website?
I wrote
Okay.
it on my journal just the other day. Yeah,
But does that mean I read your journal every day?
I think so. I know you have a secret crush on me, Bart. You look at my pictures.
I told
and
you I can't like
wake
any
up in the
women-
morning and look
I
at me.
can't like any women that don't like seafood. We had that discussion off the air. I said, "You want some shrimp?" I don't like seafood.
No,
Like, are
I
you
did not
kidding
say
me?
that.
You said you like shrimp, but not shrimp cocktail. It has to be
Right.
fried. Give me a break.
Well, not necessarily fried, but I don't like shrimp cocktail. But I do like crab.
Yeah, do you like sushi?
I will eat sushi, but it has to be a certain kind.
I think that this pot was actually limped around here. King 8-4. Jim in seat 9 at Ace King. He chose to limp, and now he's going to bet. And let's see if Dave might get in trouble here with the King Jack. It's an $80 bet by Ace King. He's going to smooth call. Brian, I'm sure, is going to leave. John Huang's got a second pair. He mucks. Randy's going to muck. Lily's out. And we're heads up here. Ace-King against King-Jack. The turn is a queen. And that's a club, and that's really not a good card for Ace-King from up front, Shirley, when you think about what the guy might have called with. He's going to bet 125.
It all depends on what seat 1 does here.
Yeah.
You know, if he gets in a calling mode, then it's not going to be so bad for Jim. If he puts in a raise here,
yeah,
he can
and
take the
he
pot.
just calls,
He just
and
calls.
that's wrong. Obviously, you can use that club as a bluff card. The river is a deuce. And look at this, it just gets checked down. And, I mean, if you're King-Jack and the guy fired at you twice on the flop and on the turn, it's really difficult to beat something. I mean, he might have King-10, but, you know, it's... You know, it was actually a bad card for both players if seat 1 and take the initiative to raise there on the turn. Now, if you got Ace-King, you look and you say, well, I can't beat King-Queen, and the guy could have a flush. And, you know, you wonder how much Jim would have called there with Ace-King.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to pull that trigger, though, you know, for Dave in seat 1 there.
Yeah.
To put in a raise when the third flush card comes out there. But we could see that, you know, he probably could have picked up that pot.
Well, because it's so warm in here, does that mean that you might start peeling off layers? Well, I mean, I'm looking at you got like a sweater on, and I'm like,
No,
oh my
it's not a
God.
sweater. It's just a little net.
Ugh. Eagle shirt there, seat 5. I got the little Philly thing mixed up. He's going to raise with Jack 10 offsuit.
What do you mean Philly thing? They are Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah,
aren't they?
no, I think I said that he was in a Philly shirt when I introduced the table before. Do you like football?
Not particularly, but I at least know, you know.
Donovan McNabb
most of the
actually lived
teams.
a couple doors down from me in college.
I used to be a big basketball fan, but that was back when it was good.
There you go.
You know, when Jordan and Barkley were on it.
It is what it is. Hey, Connie, thanks for that.
I did not.
I heard her from here.
Yes, everybody heard you.
So basketball's never been the same since Jordan left. Don't you agree? It's not even a point in watching it anymore.
Well, I was never a big fan of pro basketball.
Oh, but you got to be a fan of Jordan, though. I mean, he's incredible, and he's wonderful. Like, you know, he was wonderful for the game. He's a great spokesperson. I mean, he's.
Looks like there's a raise and a re-raise. Ace King is going to re-raise here with 7, out of seat 7. I don't know. I kind of like Jordan when he played for the Wizards.
Oh, come on, Bart. But you liked him best when he played baseball, huh?
Let me see if I can re-raise.
Now you want to play?
So I think that Rick actually raised under the gun with 9-2 suited. And Randy has re-raised. I don't know what Rick is doing there. He's trying to pull a move.
Well, it's that I got to show. I don't know. Remember, I've talked about that before. That you know, on tournaments they usually have a one time where a person raises with 7 deuce just to show people I can win with this hand. So
It's
that
just
was
like,
his
you
where
know,
he tried to win with that hand.
Again, but why would you try to choose to do that under the gun?
I don't
That's
know.
my question.
Just to annoy you, Bart.
Did they have Cindy Violette on one of the...
Yes, she was on last year.
She was, okay.
Yeah, she didn't last very long. I think she got knocked out 5th.
Uh-huh.
So last
And
year, Isabel
Karina
just tore
Jet,
him up.
she been on there? Karina Jet?
No, she has not.
A lot of those women don't necessarily like each other, do they? I remember watching something on GSN where Karina Jet and the other women kind of wouldn't talk with Kathy Liebert, and they were teams.
Yeah, it was the women against the men, and
Yeah.
you find that a lot. You
Yeah,
really
yeah.
find that a lot. Women are known not to support each other. It's more like I don't know. You know, I hope I'm not like that, but I
Well, you
might
just tell me that you don't like another woman coming to your table in the tournament.
It's not because I don't like them. It has nothing to do with them, and I don't wish them bad things. And if they win, that's great. And if they get chosen, that's great. You notice that I didn't say that I got overlooked for the WPT. I'm talking about these women that have done a lot for the game. They got overlooked. So, I mean, I want to help promote women. It's not so much about me.
Jim raised here from the button with Queen 10 of diamonds. Look at all the queens. He made it 100. Rick called with Ace Queen, and Cloney's in there with Queen Jack suited. So here we go, $300
Although
pot.
they did overlook me. Just that.
Well, I think I saw something else in your journal that made a reference to mean old Steve Lipscomb.
No, I didn't call him mean. He actually told me, he said, win it. And he said, actually, I want you to win the open event. That would be great for poker.
The turn is a jack, and now Cloney picks up the best hand, and it's get checked around. Yeah. And now Rick backs into the best hand in seat 2.
What?
Real passive play here at this
That
table.
was very passive. Cloney, you just lost that pot.
Yeah, you know, when it got checked around there on the flop and then a jack comes on the turn,
You
what are you
have to-
scared of?
yeah.
It's a little surprising.
Bet top pair, girl.
Yeah.
That ace is just going to cost me a bunch of money.
Yeah, and I like to get there.
Yes, Kev Math pointed out that the WPT actually only invites 4 people because the returning champion comes in, and the person that wins the bike wins the other seat. However, in season number 1, there was no return champion, and the bike didn't have their thing. So they did invite 6 women that time.
Dave is raised here to 100. Oh, actually, seat 9 raised with Ace King suited. And Dave is smooth called with a King Jack suited. And Brian Muck's 8-9 suited there. 2 plus 2 are very tight play. And we're heads up. And Brian would have had the best hand here, 8 deuce 5. He would have been out of position though. Jim is going to bet here.
Bid 150.
Look at this. Dave is looking at chips here. He went back to his chips here. He looks like he's on a short stack.
He's done with the hand.
By the way, someone reminded me on 2 plus 2, I forgot to mention that the brown chips are $10 chips. The purples are $25 chips.
We call them brown, but they look like orange.
Or red. The whites are $100 chips, and the blues are $1 chips. Of course, sometimes you will see
they're
greens.
brown and orange there.
Greens are 1,000s, and we saw a bunch of purples last night, which are 5,000.
Not these purple, but the
No,
other. They're like
light
real
purple.
light. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Light purple chips, and they're big. Big
Yeah,
chips.
do. They're a lot bigger.
Yeah. And I think they still fit in a rack, though. Like you can.
I don't think so.
No? You have a lot of experience with the purple chips? The $5,000 chips?
You know.
You've been playing a little 15,000, 30,000 Hold'em?
Uh-huh.
Yeah?
That's my new game.
Smaller limit, yeah, it's 200, 500, nothing real large.
Three-way action here. Ace 6 7.
Where's that? There's more?
Des Moines, Iowa, yep.
Bid 30.
Yeah,
Amir is going to bet here
yeah. There's a horse track that's
right
got
away.
table
Fuck
games.
the track closed.
He has nothing.
What's that?
And Dave's got an ace, and he's going to call.
They were getting in trouble. I mean, just money problems.
Turn is an 8. Now Dave's made aces up. And Amir's picked up an open-ended straight draw.
Livened it back up.
And it looks like he's going to bet again.
Revitalized it. They started
That's
See if
80.
he puts in a raise this time. Looks like he's going to.
Well, why wouldn't you?
Well, I haven't seen him really raise so far.
He's got
you know?
aces up. He's got top 2 pair.
About 40 minutes away, so there's a few options.
Call.
And he calls again.
I have
Wow.
not seen him raise.
And the river is a 9. And Amir gets there, and he checks it.
Yeah, Dave, you.
Oh, man.
After doing the show for so long, I've really learned the importance of a raise.
Oh,
you know.
God, yeah. Well,
You raise on the flop even if you don't like your kicker to see where you're at.
What can I say?
You raise with 2 pair because you don't want a person to make straight there when there's 4 straight cards out there.
You know, it's funny. Last night, of course, one of the most incredible shows we've ever done. Record-breaking viewing audience. 2+2. We had a ton of posts. It was a, it was a 400-800 limit game, which was basically, it was a 4-8 limit game. Now think about the games that you play. No, what I mean by that is chip structure-wise.
Oh.
4-8, $1 chips.
I thought you were meaning like it was
20-40, same thing. 8-16, same thing. Those are all 4-8 games. So a lot of the viewers have played in 4-8 limit games, 4-chip, 8-chip games. And again, Dave and I were, we kind of went into the show feeling a little bit reserved about, say, criticizing some of the players' play because we don't normally play at that level. And then we just kind of said, you know what, forget about it. We're just going to do our thing. And it was nice to have Barry come in here and Doyle Brunson come in here. And obviously Barry, knew the players much, much better than David and I did. But I have to say, and you probably can ask Barry, that I don't know if Barry had ever seen a game really played. I'm sure he has, but it's a rarity for such a loose game. And that's why the board was 20 or 25 people deep. I don't think a normal 500, 1,000 game plays that way. It was crazy.
Right.
And I don't know if it was people hamming it up for the camera. I think it was, Barry said it had a lot to do with all these people usually play mixed games. Some of them aren't even that good at limit hold'em. You got Jerry Buss in the game.
Right.
It was quite the sight.
Well, and plus
really
it would
was.
probably be interesting for Barry because he does play with the players a lot of times,
Yeah.
but here he has the luxury of seeing every single hand being played and every single hole card.
Well, the other
So
thing, too,
that's
is,
great.
I mean, when you play in those mixed games, those mixed games might have up to 8 different games. This is just limit hold'em. And he said he gave his seat up to Mimi Tran. I didn't stick around for that, but
Yeah, he said he doesn't like to play in the same game with her, which, I really respect that. It's one thing when Steve started coaching me or, teaching me how to play, it's one thing that we've also done. He just, he would never ever think, to even, I can't even say, even like push one chip back to me, It's just not in his nature. It's just he doesn't even want it discussed, even want it to be a thought in anyone's head. Just avoid the whole thing by not sitting in the same game with each other. And, he does all his, we discuss hands and stuff outside the table. Never play together.
Seat one's going to bring this one in for 100. He's got ace queen offsuit. Well, we haven't really seen. Well, Cloney's away from the table.
Yeah.
We haven't seen her play with any pots.
Well, it's kind of hard to play a pot when you're not there.
No.
It was nice seeing her today. She was not supposed to be here for the Legends event. She was going to the same place as David Williams is.
Oh, the VMAs?
Right, and it's in Florida, and the hurricane, she could not get her flight. She was supposed to leave tonight at 11, and she tried to get her flight at 8 in the morning, and she couldn't get one at 8 neither. No flights going into there, so she decided, I'll stay and play in the Legends.
As I was briefly running through the 2+2 thread, I believe
You wanted at least one caller?
a guy named Skies said that he was in the basically 8 miles away
Sykes.
from Sykes, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
He's in Jacksonville, 8 miles away from the eye.
Yeah, I mean,
Glad you still have power there.
David, yeah.
Turn on live at the bike. Hop on the bike.
Going through a
As the
hurricane,
bikes,
but they
as
gotta
the
watch
bikes,
that
as
live
the
at
bikes
Sykes.
fly by your window.
Okay, Rick made it $60 here.
Deuce 3 suited.
Okay, he's given up on Deuce 9. He's now gonna raise with Deuce 3.
Lily's got an ace suited. I think she's gonna mock him. This is a really tight table here. And Cloney is back.
So I know Rick used to be a police officer.
The VMAs are always held in. They're held in Miami now all the time, right? They used to be in New York.
I thought it was in New York.
No, but they were held in Miami last year. I know that.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I hope David got there before the
Yeah.
thing started because he was so excited about going. I mean that I hope he got there and is safe, waiting for the VMAs
I can't
to
believe
start.
I can't believe I'm talking about this, but in terms of awards shows, that one is by far the best. I always TiVo it and I watch it multiple times.
Yeah, it is good.
It's really entertaining to watch. By far, it is the people that play on the show, just what goes on in the show.
Well, there's been a lot of memorable, I mean, you can look back on some great performances.
Yeah. I've actually have everyone on tape since '94. So this pot is going to get limped around.
Sounded good. Sounded really good.
Ace 10-3. Davis picked up top pair there in seat 1. And there's a $50 bet. It looks like Rick bet 50. And Dave is going to call. Check call there by ace deuce. The turn's a 6. I don't think Jim is in the hand. And look at this. Rick is going to fire here again.
Nice hand, nice guy.
He's going to fire here with Jack 9 again. $240 bet, and Dave mucks the ace deuce. Wow, Shirley.
This game's either, so tight that Rick is going to run away with this, or Rick's going to get himself in some deep trouble with moves like that.
No, I wasn't. I missed my blind.
Right, you had posted.
I just heard you say it. So.
See, somebody stalled
No, I
us.
don't think I have blind.
I don't normally play these ones.
How many are there? We got some comments there.
Yeah, you got some. There's two guys, like Bart and
There's no audio on the players.
they've got mics in the table, like one here on that side. But they used to have a mic right by the shuffler. And like for a half an hour, for a half an hour a session, their commentators would take a break, and they would turn the table mic up so they could just hear the chatter among the players.
Here we have a raise
But
here.
they've kind of done away with that because
I believe it's
sometimes there wasn't anything interesting going on. People just sit there stoic and not saying anything. So.
we'll just let it go there.
Pocket aces there by seat 1. He's raised to 140.
I imagine there was probably a raise in there before that. Yes, there was.
Yeah, I think that John Wong had actually brought it in with ace 3 of hearts. Lely
Called with king queen.
Well, actually, you know what, though? Looks like Lily only has 10 in front of her. So I think Lily just limped and Dave raised.
Oh.
Yeah. So John's going to call out of the small blind with ace 3 of hearts, and we're heads up. Aces against ace 3. Jack, deuce 6. And again, Shirley, we've seen Huang play so many times. Oh, he's actually in position, but if he played that hand in early position, he might have check raised there. But Dave actually moved all in, so when John... Actually, it looked like Dave was in the small blind there, and John was in position, so... But a lot of times, Huang he'll just check raise with anything from up front if he doesn't think that the person in position hit anything.
Mm-hmm. Wow, now we have pocket kings there.
Pocket kings for Mr.
For
Philadelphia,
Eagles.
Amir. Tasty cakes and all there.
John had his chips ready to go.
Kings just limped in there.
They did.
He just limped in, so maybe he's trying to pull the limp re-raise. And it doesn't look like he's going to get it. If I'm looking at the right cards, a lot of people have small
They have some
pairs, small suited connectors.
The ones that are going to get the kings in a lot of trouble.
Yep. Dave's got 6-3 offsuit. He's going to come in. Yep. And this is not the type of hand that you want to take with kings. He's got 7-way action. Here we go to the flop.
They're fine where they're at.
Oh.
Ace, ace, 7. Wow. No one has an ace. Pocket kings is in the lead.
You've got to be hating now with that many opponents when you have
Oh,
kings,
yeah.
you know? He's got to put a bet out and see where he is.
You should raise if it gets checked out.
What the heck?
Yeah, he bets
That's not the kind of bet I'm
$10.
talking about. It's $20.
$20.
He put two, yeah.
$20 into a
And they're all-
$140 pot. But you know what? No
Huh?
one has a pair, and he might not get a call.
We did see a pocket pair of threes. They must.
Right.
This is hilarious.
20 into a $140 pot.
Okay, Rick's going to call because he's going to make a move on the turn. That's what I'm guessing.
We can pick up a draw on the turn here, too, with a heart or a straight card. When he picks a pair up. And it goes
Yep.
check, check. The river's a 10. And the pot is $180. And let's see how much Rick bets.
Looks like he's betting about $100.
How much?
Well, if it's 100, Amir
It's
might
100.
call. $280 pot, 100 for Amir to call.
They're going to frame it for you.
Oh, okay, thanks.
So you guys all saw that we did have the media event, so people will be popping in, taking pictures and stuff like that.
Look at that. Amir's
Kings
going to mark the
lays it
best
down.
hand.
Yeah.
All right, everybody, while the dealer's shuffling, look over your camera and smile at them.
All right, now move it. Now move it. That's an Iowa thing.
All they see is teeth.
I know.
Moon 'em.
Go ahead. Let's see it.
If you see teeth then.
Your butt's that small. Go ahead.
Cloney Gowan, she used to be a travel agent, huh? She's from Texas?
Yes, she did. I think she owned her own travel agency. And then sold it.
It was fun.
Is she married?
Go try it. Go ahead. One
She was
time.
married.
She was married.
See, we should have all did it at the same time. That would have been better.
When she won the event a couple years ago, 3 years ago, she was married, yes.
Like, what the hell?
Rick's going to come in for a raise here on the button with 9 deuce off suit.
I'm telling you right now, I'm just not going to stand for you doing that to me.
Cloney mucks.
I hope you can beat 5 high. Barely.
You could beat my 5 high then. That's 5 feet.
Okay, barely beat your 5 high then.
Can I feed you this?
No.
No?
No. You can feed me a little piece of chocolate
Oh.
that fell off it. No, no thanks, Bart.
White chocolate. And,
Yum.
There you go.
No, that's okay.
I don't really like white chocolate.
You don't?
No.
I like all chocolate. Dark chocolate, white chocolate.
Yeah, you know what? White chocolate isn't even actually chocolate. There's no cocoa in it.
Why do they call it white chocolate?
I don't know, but it's not chocolate. Chocolate is,
Yeah, but does chocolate
Has to have
technically
cocoa in
have to?
it.
It has to have cocoa in it. Well, I learn something new every day.
But anyway, keep playing what you're playing. Let's keep that.
Just to let you know, I've seen every hand you look at.
here we go. It looks like it's limped around here again. Heads up, King 8 against King 9. King 8 flops a flush draw, a couple of clubs, Queen 6, 7.
How stellar are those cards?
Randy's going to bet. You know, I'm really waiting for John Huang to start, muscling his chips around. He usually, will start to run over tight tables like this.
Mm-hmm.
But he hasn't really done that yet.
I'm just filling it out, I guess.
See, the bad part about playing in the playing garden is they got a lead that walks around
Yes. They got a gal to walk around here with a
You got one of those stadium
Swappers.
boxes.
That's some really nice coloring in John Huang's wife's hair. I tell you, she's a hairstylist. Hair
She
color.
is?
Color specialist.
She is? Really?
Whopper.
Smile. Smile and look at the camera.
So it's just white?
That's part of it.
Yes.
She has to do it with Whopper in her.
Her name eludes me right now, but
She sure is happy for being a wife.
Yes.
I mean, wonder how long they've been married. They must be pretty new. She sits behind him. She's
So you're telling
actually
me that-
interested in what he's doing. She smiles at him all the
Wait a
time.
minute. I'm not. So I can't look forward to marriage. You've been married, and you're telling me that it's not good.
I'm not saying it's not good, but after a while, you're just not as interested in the
Oh,
person.
really?
And I'm not
Oh, okay.
saying.
Here we go. John Huang is going to raise with Queen 8. Excuse me, with 3-5 offsuit. Wow.
There you go. You just said that you were wondering when he was going to start making some moves.
Well, he likes to do that. I believe he's in the big blind, but Lily has got ace king, and she limped. John's wife's name is actually Tracy, I just remembered. Here we go to the flop. 10-3-8. John's got a pair. Looks like he leads for 200.
Got the kicker with your ace?
Oh, you mean that one hand?
2 aces.
Who's that broad in the background on that Live the Bike poster?
Oh, broad. Thank you very much.
That's why I said we needed that one.
I do have. Do you notice that they cover up my cleavage, though, with the aces?
Yeah. Interesting. Look at Lily stare down John Huang. I think Lily actually might have went wrong in this hand. When John raises out in the blind, you know he's just trying to pick up the limpers. She can pull the limp re-raise there too with ace king. I mean, I would say that ace king's got to be usually going to be better than what John has.
You have to have an ace in your hand if you're going to play aces 4 moves.
Although John could squeak out a win with something like pocket fours or pocket fives. Anyways, Lily mucks it.
All right. Anyways, back to that topic because I want to explain myself a little bit. When I was around 16 or 17 years old, I mean, the only job that I ever had was a waitress. And I used to be a waitress at, like these coffee shops or like Hoff's Hut or something. And I would work breakfast after I got out of high school. When I was 18, I would serve breakfasts and stuff. And you could always tell the couples that have been married for a long time. They're the couples
I thought
that
this
are
was
usually
going to be a cleavage discussion.
No, back to what I'm saying. The people that have been married a long time, the husband sitting there reading the, newspaper and the wife sitting there doing like her own thing, and they're not really engaged in the conversation as much as the people that have only been married like a year or two are actually sitting there conversing, looking into each other's eyes or whatever, enjoying the topic. So, of course, there's exceptions to the rule.
Well, Lily's picked up another pretty big hand, ace queen. She's limped here again.
Offline?
Yeah, in a live
Online, twice a day.
It's happened to me
about a
once.
year and a half apart.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Online, twice a day.
It's happened to me once, but there was no bad feedback.
Straight flush over straight flush, but both hole cards have to play.
So
That's the thing.
we haven't had a shot of that big game in a minute, but I mean in a while, and
That happened twice while playing
now
the
I was
game
just
where
made
they
aware
had
that Chip Reese has joined the game. We didn't see him earlier.
And after this hand, we'll go there and tell you the details about the game because it's interesting.
Yeah.
So we've got Randy Badby Thompson here. I'd say we got a
7,
great
8
chance.
o'clock.
So we got a great chance of
Pot is limped around here.
getting the Badby tonight.
And here we go to the flop. Ace 6 jack. Lily's got top pair. The rainbow flop. And she's going to bet it. Looks like she's bet 200.
State, in regular card rooms. And then, if you want to play anything real, you have to we have a $500 betting limit. So,
Bet limit or lost?
$500 bet limit.
And she's going to take it down.
So,
Shirley, that game over there,
and there are no limit games.
got Doyle Brunson on the table, got Barry Greenstein on the table,
We saw those.
Hassan
Uh-huh.
Habib. I don't know if Hassan Habib is playing, but Chip Reese
I think Hassan was
is
playing.
now playing.
Uh-huh.
And they are playing 4,000, 8,000 mix.
And
There
they're
we go.
playing, and Eli, there's Doyle,
Yeah.
It's like a pot limit
Seattle.
almost.
and David
There's Chip
Oppenheim,
Reese.
Chip Reese, Barry Greenstein. And the one thing that makes it even more amazing, they're playing 7 different games. Ultimate mixed game.
Well, is that like a horse, right?
Well, I mean, the horse is 5, but they're playing
Right.
7 games, so.
I knew we talked about that. You can't what?
You can't bet that.
$25 limit or something in those casinos, right? Yeah.
That's
It's okay, your players will never go broke.
4,000, 8,000, huh?
Yeah, once you don't have
Well,
it.
they'll be using the $1,000 chip. I was actually going to ask you, I was like, what is the biggest game that kind of go? I think it's at the Bellagio, the Chao Chang place. Is there a limit game where you use $5,000 chips?
The local card room owners
Do they
like
play
me.
up
I would
15,000
imagine-
up? Because it would be a minimum of 15,000, 30,000 if you were using 5,000.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it was.
And I don't know.
I'm
the
sure
answer to
there has been one.
that. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure it's happened.
Here we go. 5-way action. Limped around.
Isn't that amazing?
Deuce 4-9. Ooh, Lily's flopped bottom 2 pair there. Blind. She's going to bet right out $100.
Bottom 2 pair. Oh, top and bottom pair.
Oh, excuse me. Top and bottom.
Yeah. I was looking for a deuce.
Actually, how about top 2?
Top 2.
Top 2.
There you go.
There
Third time's charm.
Yep. Top 2 pair. And I don't really know what Rick is thinking about. Well, he's got a wheel draw. John Huang, he's got a wheel draw as well. And Randy over in seat 7, he checked top pair. So this is going to be interesting. He's got king 9.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if he's going to check call, check raise. I mean, someone betting on the blind could represent anything, but he's got a pretty good kicker with his 9.
Tournaments now. Would my brother get a break after like a couple hours, maybe?
Yeah.
2 hours. So we'll play 2 rounds and then break 2 rounds.
And he's got a smooth call here. And here we go with the turn. Turn's a 7. And Lily has moved all in. Randy checks, Lily moves all in. Pot was only about $400 before that. And she's moved all in for what looks like maybe 400 more. So I think the pot's 800, 400 to call. Randy
lays
shows
it
the
down,
9
yeah.
and he's going to lay it down.
I'm being asked a question here from, wow, you just passed it. Swiggy, or CW Swiggy?
Yeah.
CW. Siggy, there you go. He asked how I didn't know that it was Eric Seidel. I mean, it didn't take me long to realize, but I sat down at the table, played 2 hands, and then he said, you know,
of course,
whatever.
we're talking about
Poker face.
full tilt.
Oh,
Full tilt.
Did I not say that?
It's okay.
Okay.
A couple minutes, about 5 minutes ago.
Well, we were discussing that, yes. I sat down on full tilt poker, did not realize I was playing with Eric. A couple hands later, you know, then I'm like, oh, wow, you know. But what I was going to even say is that the people, I guess we got sidetracked. The people really enjoy playing with these players. So when I sat down, we're 3-handed, and, you know, I'm the 4th person sitting there, not realizing that Eric's there until like 2 hands later. Within probably 5 minutes, we have a full game and a huge board. You know, people just waiting to get into 816 Omaha.
That's not a good place to play.
No, but whenever you say aces, we know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
It's not good. It's never good. I had aces.
and
3,
party
4 of
poker in the same
spades. Yeah.
sentence.
3, 4 of spades.
You ain't gonna believe this shit.
Yeah.
Don't
Oh,
pocket
believe me, I
aces.
will.
In the big blind.
That's been raised to 70.
So here we go. John Huang, he's starting it up again. 5 deuce offsuit. He's brought it in for 70.
Goes all in with a 5-6.
Oh, well, that I believe. Watching my brother scream and yell on
Flopped
my
all.
Tyson, by the way.
Flop quad aces.
He did it. He flopped quad aces with a nice surprise the hell out of me. It was weird how that happened.
And,
Shouldn't have got
oh,
any
look at this. Lily, she's got ace 10 of diamonds. She's going to call.
Flopping quad aces is not good.
And here we go. Deuce 5 offsuit against ace 10. You know it's already a matter of time before some of these tournament players start mixing it up with these chips, throwing chips around. Ace queen jack. Lily has checked. John has bet. Looks like maybe 45 it looks like.
Pot's been raised to 110.
And Lily's going to check raise.
What's up with that?
You can go 165.
Another 55.
What are you doing? What do you mean?
Bet.
Oh, it's a double.
So John gets check raised. You know, it's funny. They talk about how when guys play women, they soft play them, but do you sometimes feel that guy will be like, well, you're not going to bluff me out? So that if you actually bluff them and you show it, they get really mad.
Yeah, well, there's all types of, I mean, you know, all men are not just going to play soft against them. Some men are, you know, with their macho attitude are going to say, you know, you're not going to get the best of me. I'm not going to let a woman beat me. There's all different types of men that are sitting there.
I saw a couple of them.
Oh, yeah.
I would tend to think that more often the blind squirrel's going to find the Goodyear tire rolling down the highway.
I still think that poker is one of these things where I can't quite understand. I don't necessarily object to it, but how do they get away with separating ladies' events?
Your kicker's right there.
Do you know what I mean? I mean, it's a game where there
What
has
do you mean? How do
absolutely
they get-
nothing to do with, say, a physical skill.
No, it doesn't have to do with the physical skill, but way back when women were intimidated to play, or a lot of women were, and it helps bring women into the game. I don't necessarily disagree with it. I don't necessarily agree with it, one way or the other, but I'm not 100% on this, but I know that at one particular casino, I don't know if this is a rule in all of them, that if a man goes up to register in a ladies' event, he will not be turned away. Because they will
fear
not
of, like, a
discriminate.
lawsuit.
Right.
Well,
They
that's
will
what
not discriminate.
What I mean by that is
So-
to say I don't understand how they can get away with it in terms of how usually the law.
Yeah. I would imagine probably a lot of casinos would allow the men, but what kind of man is going to go do that? Would you do that?
I play like a white chick.
Well, I wouldn't do it, and there really isn't a lot of advantage unless you think that there's more dead money in the ladies' event, and there very well might be, but at the same time, it really doesn't really make that much of a difference at all. And you're right, I think the ego takes over, and guys like, I should go ladies' event,
Right.
Well,
they'll look like a wuss.
Yeah. But how about this though? I mean, what if a guy wanted to enter the ladies' event at the World Series of Poker? That wouldn't hurt my ego to do that.
I think
one
that
of the
they-
cheapest ones to get
I think
a bracelet.
that they can. Yeah. I don't. Was pointed out that
Yeah.
they're not called ladies only events. They're just called ladies events.
Show me some love.
I think this pot was limped around here. King, Queen, 6. Jim's got a flush draw. He's got the nut flush draw over there in seat 9. And John Huang's got top pair in seat 6. He's going to bet it. $50 bet, about the size of a little under the size of the pot. Jim calls.
Okay, we're heads up.
Turns a 9. Now this is one of these situations, again, this is actually what Barry was talking about. It brings me back to limit. If Jim were to raise here on the turn, he actually could take it down possibly against John with a weak king. River's a jack. And if he's just going to give up, he played the hand real passively.
100.
I think John puts a little stopper bet in there.
I don't think.
It's a one-liner to a straight. What Barry agrees
I don't really think that was a stopper bet. I mean, he's just basically trying to. I don't know if that's what I would call that.
You don't think so? I mean,
No.
if he checked and Jim bet $500 there, representing a
I think
10,
that Jim could have taken that pot away on any street, and it wasn't necessarily a stopper bet. It was just put $75 out here and see if I get raised. I mean, on the turn, on the flop, the bet was weak. On the turn, the bet was weak, and on the river, the bet was weak. And I don't think he was putting a stop bet on each street there.
Well, I think the river was.
All right.
But it doesn't look like Jive Dadson's on the thread tonight, so I don't know if I'm going to get
He'll hear about it and give you a hard time some way.
Ooh, the
somehow.
2+2 are there. Glock. He's got pocket aces in the big blind, and John Huang has come in for a raise with pocket kings. Pocket
There we
aces
go.
against pocket kings. John Huang against Brian.
And of
2
course,
plus
Queen
2.
Jack just called.
Dave's got Queen Jack on the button. Let's see what Brian does. He's watched the show enough. He's got to re-raise here. Don't make us get at you, Brian.
Pot's been re-raised.
And he's going to re-raise here.
I thought you don't raise with aces.
What?
You said you don't re-raise out of the blinds with aces.
No.
Or is that in limit?
I think heads up you can play it a little fancier, but here with a guy in between, you got to raise.
Yeah, but you said in a multi-way pot, you don't raise with aces because it gives people more price to call. Are you just referring to limit? Is that just limit?
I was referring to limit.
Okay.
Usually I do just for value anyways.
Okay.
Even queens and kings gets a little in the gray if there's 8 people in there. No, with aces you pretty much always re-raise out of the big blind. But that's limit, Sean. Come on.
Well, that's what I was asking you.
That
That's why I'm
question as a
asking you.
joke.
Well, now that you point out, you've changed your tune quite a bit since way back when, because before you argued with me about raising out of the blind.
Never no limit.
Not in no limit.
No.
Not in no limit. But I was giving you a hard time.
And Wong has asked Brian how much he has. The re-raise, I believe, was to 300 more.
1910.
250 more.
22.
And Brian says he's got about 2,200 left. And let's see what John Wong does. If he moves all in, he's done.
250.
Well, we still see 5 cards, but
Yeah. Remember, John is a tournament player, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him possibly move all in here, or re-raise and call an all in by Brian.
he must play a lot of live action, though. We've seen him a lot this past week
Oh, yeah.
here.
And he's got a smooth call here. Well, I mean, for Brian's sake, you got to hope that an ace doesn't come to kill all the action.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see what happens if the board comes
10
without
high,
an ace or a king.
yeah.
Here we go. Jack 7,
Jack high.
8. All right, couple of spades. John has the king of spades in his hand.
Now, we're still looking at an action killer if a 9 or a 10 comes up there on the turn, but for now, he should be able to get some amount of chips from John.
It's a $700 pot right now. A raise and a re-raise out of the blind by the 2+2er, and he's going to lead for 500.
Looks
or maybe
like
550.
550.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
550.
So the pot is now about $1,200. John Wong.
That's a nice bet. It's,
And I think that John's concerned that he might be beat here. I mean, Brian hasn't
I
played
think
a
he
lot of
looked
hands.
a little concerned, yeah.
Let me tell you a little secret. If you're going to steal like I just did,
I mean, this would be an incredible laydown by Wong if
Yes.
he makes this laydown.
He does look uncomfortable, and I don't
Yeah.
know if it's because he thinks he's beat or if he just doesn't know what to do. Like, does he have ace-jack? I might have the best hand. How can I get the money in? Or if he's thinking, like, I don't think I should get my money in. I don't have the best hand.
We got to think that John, I think he's a pretty astute player. He's been watching Brian. You really think that Brian would re-raise?
All in.
Look at this. John moves all in over the top. And now Brian has a decision to make.
He said, I call.
And he calls. So here we go. Brian's going to have to dodge a king or running spades. An 8 on the turn. And the river is a jack. Brian's going to take it down, and I think he has John Wong covered. And I think John knew it. I really do.
I'm curious to know if it was because, that he looked uncomfortable because he didn't think he had the best hand or because he was trying to figure out how to play it. I don't know. If he knew it, do you think he would have moved in like that? Well, like I said earlier, sometimes you convince yourself,
And actually, towards the beginning of the show, we used to think that, in these big games, John put him all in for about 1,300 or 1,400. That sometimes
14.
you have to think, well, maybe my aces aren't good, but actually this game really isn't big enough to get away from that hand. I mean, John's not putting them all in for 50,000 there. He's say it's only 1,500 or 2,000. But that's Brian was talking to me before the show, and he was like, I brought enough money to play this game, but I don't necessarily feel as comfortable. He actually won 2,000 from John there, plus whatever was just on the river there, surely. So he won probably 2,500 from John Wong. Brian was telling me before the show, he said, well, I brought enough money. He was actually playing the 100 game when I met him here today. He said, I brought enough money with me to play the 500 game. Because he said, I realize it's Legends and you guys might not spread, a smaller game on that. And I was like, well, you know what? We might not spread anything less than 10-20. I know tonight's 10-20.
Right.
And Saturday's probably going to be 10-20.
Mm-hmm.
Well, once I told him that Cloney was playing today, he's like, all right, I'll play tonight. And look at that. He's won about $2,500. So there you go. Nice play by the 2+2er.
2,000 behind.
Limit to win it. Oh, yeah. All right, let me get this cleaned up here.
my hand pretty big blind.
Very nice hand. Pocket kings are behind.
Good luck, son.
Well, he does, but not here. He cycles with Vegas, and then he's going.
Seat 6 has got pocket kings.
That's why I'm always happy.
4 players.
And wow, so Wong limped in here with the kings, didn't get to do the limp re-raise, and Cloney Gowans picked up a flush draw. 7-3 deuce, and she's got overcards, obviously. And Huang, he's over there with pocket kings. And Brian, he's got bottom 2 pair. He could bust Huang again when Huang has kings 2 hands in a row. He's got deuce 3.
John, yeah.
And let's see if John's smart enough to get away from this one. It's an unraised
Oh, he's
pot.
not going to get away from this, I don't think.
And it looks like he's going to raise, I think.
200 more. He's playing 2,000.
He's got 2,000 before. He's raised to 200 more. This is a really
That's
interesting
now
hand.
270.
It's 200 more is the raise. Now what does Brian do? Now, if
Brian's
Brian's
still
astute
stacking
and he
his
knows
chips.
about John Wong, John could be doing this. I think if I was Brian, I would think that I really have a good shot to have the best hand right now on the flop. He could bust him again. John trying to play the limp re-raise with kings, back to back.
200, yes, sir.
I think if I'm Brian here, obviously I can see the cards. I push hard. Because unless Wong flopped
I
a
think he
set,
said raise.
yep, he's going to re-raise.
What you got yourself into, girlfriend?
And that's what Lily says. You got your 7 deuce. Go ahead, and she's just about right here.
It's not really appropriate for her to comment on
So Brian's
the
gonna-
possibilities of people's hands.
$100 raise.
He's going to come over the top for 500 more. So a bet, a raise to 200, and Brian re-raises to 500. And John Huang really has to get away from this hand. It's an unraised pot. And again, I think Brian's got a huge advantage. He watches the show a lot. He knows how this guy plays. We've commentated on how he plays.
Mm-hmm.
He probably wouldn't play a set in this manner, Shirley. He probably would slow play it.
Mm-hmm.
He limped under the gun, so he's probably not going to have 7 deuce or 7-3. He could probably have a flush draw or some sort of straight draw. I would push hard with Brian, and he has. Or in this case, he has an overpair. And I think he's going to muck it.
I think
Kings
so.
again. Wow.
No, I don't necessarily agree to
Ooh,
showing
Brian shows
cards.
1 card. He shows a deuce.
Oh.
Tricky. I think that people can figure out that he has at least a set or 2 pair, though.
Is that your deuce, sir? What's that? Did you show a card? A deuce? Was there a deuce?
Back to back?
Was there a deuce out there?
Huang loses with kings back to
Well,
back.
the thing that makes you know that he had a better hand was he didn't look to see which card I was going to show. It's like either
Yeah.
one is going to be okay, so he just grabbed one and flipped it. And
Tell me, should I go and find out what you have?
It's a set, man. You don't have to.
There's 2 pairs.
He got 2 pairs.
Huh?
We should know what I had.
Come on, it's a set,
He
man.
ain't blind here.
Get it home and watch it.
You'll find out on like Monday.
Well, there's 2 pairs.
See, does he call for another $10 with a deuce 3 or a deuce 7?
No.
It's a small blind.
Doesn't matter.
I would.
I know you would. But that's not it. I don't think they need it. Thank God.
Let's not make this a family affair. $100. $100 straight. Oh God.
Dave's going to raise here. $100, queen jack suited.
He may not. Either way.
Did he show kings or just say it?
No, he should.
Show. You got a piece. Good lady.
So take it down. Baron Bangor Toth. He asked on 2+2. I was talking about the biggest game there. They would have the $5,000 chip. Maybe at $10,000, $20,000 when you use $5,000 chips too, although I think casinos are more leaning towards trying to do the 4-8 structure where they'd use
Or
a
the
$2,500
3-6.
chip. Although the 10-20 games do tend to use $5 chips, $10, $20 games. So I don't know if there's such
is
a
there
thing as
such
a $2,500
thing? I was going to say, I
chip.
don't think there is.
So maybe they would use the 5. It would be really cool. I was going to say it would be really cool if they could have a $2,000 chip. I don't think they have one of those either. So I think they would be kind of tied.
Pot's been raised to $80.
$80 raise.
How did Vince
I don't know.
Could I get service, please? 00. 3 players. Seat 9, please. Seat 9, please.
Here we go with the flop. Ace 9 king. Rick's got a flush draw over there in seat 2.
120.
But he's betting he's going to take it down.
Thank you very much, sir. Got a small blind.
Service. Who wants it? Let me play this hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. On me?
Oh. Ace Queen suited here. John, looks like that's Randy in seat 7. John Wong limps with King 10.
Can't hurt to try.
Randy's kind of looks like he checked it.
It's only a call. Waiting for your option.
I checked.
Okay.
And it's going to get limped around here 3 ways.
Your players.
So Randy checked the Ace Queen suited out of the big blind. 4, 7, 8, all hearts. John Huang's got the King of Hearts in his hand. Gets checked around. Turns an ace. Now Randy picked up the best hand.
I have never noticed that this dealer burns the cards in the middle of the... That's...
Randy bets.
Now where's he going to put the river card? Over? Oh. He's going to put it on the rabbit cam. 3 of hearts.
And there you go. John would have made the flush.
Oh, that's right. You've been watching this since about mid-March, so.
I was telling the viewers out there to look for me on the last night. They're doing 3 WPT events televised. The Battle of Champions, the ladies event, and the main event. I'm going to be floor hosting the Battle of Champions and hopefully the ladies event if Denny lets me.
What are you talking about?
Switching
Battle of Champions.
off.
They're doing the...
How do these work?
They're doing a Battle of the Champions from the seasons, from the winners from last year?
Yeah.
Oh.
Right here,
and
babe.
I missed
the
it.
schedule.
Oh, and I have this thing in my purse. So what do you mean as far as hosting? You'll be doing the
I'm going to be
talking
switching
in
it with,
between hands
I'm
Denny?
going to switch it with Linda Johnson. Switch off with Linda Johnson on the floor.
Oh, aren't you special?
Pocket Kings over here for seat 3.
$90 total bet.
2 plus 2. He's just tearing it up.
Yeah.
I think about that every single time I see that picture.
Should I call with this?
You got no action.
And Brian shows the Kings.
You money back. Nice hand, sweetie.
Nice hand.
We don't have any of that good stuff. May I see your picture?
Sure you may. That's cold weather.
Whoa, look at these poker players. I want my group pictures too. Let me put one of us out here too. That's fun.
Yellow.
Oh, yellow?
Yeah. Thanks, Martin.
You're up. Pot's been raised to $60 raise.
Russ McGinley on 2+2 says, funny that I get just a wee bit upset when I see aces beat kings now. Of course, he traveled here a couple of months ago and had his aces cracked by kings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're heads up.
And we've been hearing about it ever since. Heads up here, ace-queen against king-jack offsuit. Queen 7-3. Rick's got ace-queen. He's going to check it to the razor. And John is going to bet. So you'd imagine that Rick is probably going to check raise here. $75 bet by John. And there you go, Shirley. Looks like maybe, what, 200, 175, 200, something like that. John quickly mucks.
Thank you very much.
The most exciting 10-20 game for bike, live at the bike I've ever seen.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Well, Shirley, of course, over the last couple of weeks, we've been mentioning the Poker Channel and how we've been doing different cuts for them. We actually have inked a deal, and we are going to be on the Poker Channel starting, I believe it's in mid-September. And basically what it is it's a 72-minute show, which is basically a best of Live at the Bike, and actually a different name. And, they're going to be editing probably the best 25 hands and putting it on there. So.
And... yeah.
There you go.
It's
And I
be like
believe
a 5
that's
days
on
a
Sky
week,
Satellite, but somebody told me that was a different station, and I'm confused.
Is it going to be on a lot, or is it just going to be
30
on,
hours a month, I believe.
Cool.
Seat 5 is raised here, and John Huang is called with 9-10 offsuit. Seat 5, Philly Amir, he's got ace-king offsuit. And Rick is going to come in with pocket sixes. We got a three-way pot.
Okay, 3 players.
Queen 9-5. John actually has the best hand here. But Amir's played very tight all night. Let's see what Huang does here.
150.
Amir bets 150, and John's going to call in position with 9-10. Rick is gone.
Heads up.
We got the daycare playground going over here now.
Turn is an 8.
What's it count?
Huang picks up a gut shot straight draw now. Amir is going to, looks like, action's still on Amir. Oh, he's checked it, and John's going to bet. And Amir is quickly done. And then again, you look at the power of cold calling in position and hold them as opposed to check calling, right?
Right.
Rabbit Cam actually showed a king. Amir would have made the best hand on the river.
Somebody just, I don't know, do you
It
know?
goes straight to me. I pulled up out there, and I pulled up at the wine garden, and they had them on the back of the card. They don't even mess around.
So anyways, getting back to the Poker Channel thing, so I would assume that once that show goes on, we're going to be having a lot of people, a lot of interest from British players and British viewers that might be in this area that won't want to come on the show, obviously, as it's going to be on television. And they have an audience of several million people, so it's a very exciting thing for us. And again, we're going to be doing our normal webcast. Sometimes we actually have to go in and redo some voiceovers and that type of thing. But yeah, check us out. Anyone over there in England
Yes.
the next month.
Yeah, they get to watch it twice.
Yeah.
The unedited and then the edited version.
All right, here we go.
No, I don't get a card. I missed my blind, my big blind. I did?
I would put a button there.
Oh, okay.
I don't think we missed one.
So Cloney's back in the game. Looks like she's going to slide right into the... She's under the gun. She didn't even miss a ball. Boy, talk about Mrs. Tidy Whitey over there. She hasn't played a hand in hours.
She hasn't played anything.
Yeah. I think you're intimidating her. What you might say.
No, long
Thank
story.
you for pointing that out to me.
No, I don't
We
think so.
called it something else.
Yeah.
John Huang in seat 6 has chose to limp in with another creative hand. 10 deuce suited.
The pot has been raised.
And Rick is going to raise. It got limped around, and Rick is going to raise out of a small blind with pocket
raise.
threes. Jim over there in seat 9 has the same hand, and I'm sure Rick just wants to pick up the limpers here.
Quit hiding your car. You're grounded. In the corner for you.
Bill, this is going to be funny.
If
Threes
Jim,
against
yeah,
threes.
I was going to say, Jim calls, you know. We're not going to hit it. We're not going to see a set hit here.
No.
Now, what should really happen is a bet by Rick and probably a fold, right? Although now with such a a board, well, here we go. Not a bad flop for pocket threes. Both players have pocket threes.
It's like 200.
$200 bet. This is one of these things we really examine the board there, Shirley, and he mucks. I mean, if he had done that with ace and a high card, obviously you're in the lead. But if he had done it with any other pair, deuces you're up against a set, you lose to a pair of fours, fives you're up against a set, and so on and so on.
Well, even if they weren't a set, you'd lose
Yeah,
to that pair.
right,
or
right.
All you gotta do is call me once to the river, and then you'll know what'll happen the rest of the night. By the set.
Anything like that $100
Oh, God. You guys don't let me play?
Limp.
Yeah, I'll let you play, yeah.
Yeah. And we're limped around.
Four players.
We got four-way action, deuce, jack 10, couple of hearts. Cloney's got a nut flush draw. She didn't bet it. The turn's a deuce. Looks like Dave is in the lead. Oh, Brian's in the lead with 9-10.
50.
And Brian's going to bet. And we're going to get a couple of callers here. Brian's going to need to dodge a lot of cards here on the river. And the river is a queen. And he did dodge them all. And it looks like he's going to bet again.
95.
Cloney missed the flush. Wow, and look at this, John Wong, he made the straight on the river. He caught the queen on the river there. And Brian led out anyways. And Brian is just looking at, obviously, what his third pair right now.
It's on the half an hour. On the half hour of the hour.
And he's really thinking about it here, but again, he only has third pair.
No, 29 and 31. You got 1 second, man, on each side. Damn, otherwise you're done. Sorry.
John Wong made the straight on the river.
Or if it's really bad, put a crease.
Oh, and Brian makes the call. Well, he knows how aggressive John is and that he might be just doing that as a bluff. And John takes a little back from Brian. $200 there on the river.
shoot.
You got her.
They have one thing there that I wish I had the recipe for.
What's that?
That's that beef noodle.
Yeah.
Damn, that's the best soup I've ever had.
That's Vietnamese.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Honestly, tonight,
That's called pho.
I tried to go home. I tried to figure out how to fix it.
Pocket jacks for seat 5.
That's why you haven't even said. That's why you don't.
That's
Noodles.
Yeah.
Philly Amir.
I figured out they're just the big.
the one I should have called, the very first one, I lost a $300 chips.
Looks like he's in the big blind.
Yeah. That's Rick's play. Yeah, Rick's plays there.
Hudson
Plays
raised
quite a
to
bit, so-
60.
And Rick's going to raise here with a garbage hand 7-3 offsuit. And you would imagine Amir is probably going to re-raise. But Cloney's in there with pocket 4s. So a raise to 60. And Amir just smooth calls. Wow. So 7-3,
Can't raise 10. No odds.
pocket 4s, and pocket jacks.
Players here.
Ace 5-8. And if this gets checked to Rick and Rick bets, he could take it down here. The way that Cloney and Amir have been playing so tight. But Amir's going to bet.
100.
He's going to bet 100. Little feeler bet out there with what is second pair. Or an overpair to second pair on the board. Rick is going to muck. And Cloney is going to muck. And again, we really haven't seen Cloney play at all tonight. Been playing super tight. Looks like she's reading a book over there too.
They do business in I've ever done. Unbelievable. They got the
I guess if you're going to play ABC, strict ABC, then
lowest wages.
maybe you want to read a book. Usually it's not advised because I'd like to pay, attention to the players.
Credit for your employees. They're very unfriendly to do business.
And it was a Danielle Steele book too. Wow. There you go.
We're not all evil.
Well, that's a nice manly book for you.
Full of money.
Yeah, a lot of
Limp and a limp here.
too much leeway, isn't it? So way too much.
What's the senator that looks like a Christmas tree?
I'm sorry.
You have one senator that looks like a Christmas tree.
Hudson raised $110. $110 raise.
And John raises here out of the big blind. Deuce 6 offsuit. Rick's got pocket
In or
4s.
He's going to sign
Out,
the bill
you
for
got
the
it.
slot machine next morning. That night, 11 o'clock, we're signing. 10 o'clock the next morning, she changed her mind. What do you think changed her mind?
Yeah. So, yeah. I think $100 exactly. Whereas,
Hey, her name.
Barbara Spinouche is Washington.
And Rick makes, let's see here. Rick makes the call, it looked like.
Isn't Barbara Spinouche?
Pot was raised $250.
Oh, he's going to re-raise. Wow.
That must be recent.
Aggressor against regressor. And look at this, John Muck. So Rick has been noticing that John, sometimes he raises a lot out of the blinds there.
When they made the split.
Yeah.
I tried to buy that track,
Yeah.
but then there was too much.
Raises to try to pick up some of the limpers. And that time he just came right back over the top.
Are you? In the Tri-Cities?
Matter of fact, we have a meeting in the morning.
Pasco or?
No, I'm from, right, it's in the county. It's closer to Pasco.
Is it? Okay. So you live pretty close to Pasco then? Or?
No, I live in Europe. I just sold my casinos. Okay.
60.
Rick's going to bring it in for a raise here again. He's got Deuce 4 of clubs. John Wong has got a suited ace over there. He's going to make the call. Ace 6 of diamonds for Wong in the big blind. They're in the small blind. Randy's got pocket 3s over there in seat 7.
Pot was raised to 210 total bet.
Wow.
210.
John is actually re-raised. I thought he just smooth called, but he's re-raised Rick. So he's giving Rick a little of his own medicine. A raise by Rick, and John has re-raised. And we're seeing a little mini battle between these two.
The lights are on till 10.
And Rick is going to muck.
I know.
And John takes it down.
I've never heard past 10.
Oh, I got you.
And the big smile by Tracy.
Wiggle this one, Aaron. It takes him a couple
Airing
days.
right now.
Really do like that color.
Airing right now, yeah.
Right.
But for the archive, it takes a couple days to play.
Thank you, players, very much. Good luck to all of you.
And I imagine that there's a pretty big board out there for this game.
Marguerite Rennes. No, I'm finished. I'm not going to do it again. But I have a friend that called me and said, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to try it. I asked him to go look at it.
Looks like there's a couple of ace-jack offsuit here, ace-deuce. Seat 1's lumped in with ace-deuce offsuit. Pocket kings for Philly Amir there in seat 5. He's going to raise. 80. Lily has ace-jack offsuit. She's played really tight. Let's see how tight she really is. Ace-jack offsuit in the big blind. Amir has played extremely tight all night. Let's see what Lily does here. Yep, she's going to lay it down. We've got a lot of tight players on the table. And again, Cloney, she's continuing to read that Danielle Steele book over there. Rick has got ace-5 offsuit. Made it 60. Amir's thinking about something. He's got queen-7 offsuit. Wow, he's going to call. John Wong. He's thinking. He's going to muck. Rick's out. Lily's probably going to go out. And I'm sure Jim's going to leave. So heads up. Oh. Amir actually mucked the hand. It looked like he had called, but I guess he threw his cards in and we didn't see a flop. Amir looks like he is going to raise it up to 55 with Queen Jack of clubs. And John Wong has re-raised with Ace-King. A raise and a re-raise, and Amir quickly mucks.
Okay, before you take a quick break, Bart, I wanted to let you know and do a shout out there to Rich from Poker Talk America, who does a radio station.
Yes.
And is listening to us at the moment and
Yes.
said we're doing a great job.
I
and
actually had I didn't know that. I remember listening to. I knew you were on the radio with someone from Canada, and
Uh-huh.
I remember you put it up on your website. I remember listening to it.
Right.
I was roaming around 2+2 and saw him that he had like a little thread going, and I PM'd him asking to be on the show, and he said, yeah, and he'd like to come in here and guest commentate. And then he said that you've actually already been on the show, which I didn't realize was the same thing. But hello out there. I think he goes by Tuch on 2+2. I think.
He, I'm not sure about that. I
not
do
sure.
know that he is coming in for the Legends event, and he
Yeah.
will be here on Saturday morning at 10. So you can actually meet him. He did say that he met one of the young guys from 2+2, so that would be either you or David.
Yeah.
So I guess that means that he met David at the World Series.
Randy has raised here, made it 80 with ace-9, and Jim has come over the top for 380 with pocket aces. Yeah, I think that...
I don't think that it was the same one that I've done the radio station with, though, Bart.
What's that?
Poker Talk America.
Oh, it's not?
No.
Oh, okay. Why didn't you tell me that in the beginning?
Well, I'm telling you now.
Sorry. Who did you do the show with in Canada? That's a different guy?
Well, I don't think it would be called Poker Talk America if it was from Canada, right?
Okay. And this is the guy.
You know, I
the
honestly
guy I'm
don't
talking
remember.
about is Taco on 2+2.
Oh, okay.
Bigpoker.ca. Big
Well,
Poker.
bigpoker.ca is that is Adam,
Ah, okay.
and that's his website. He is the co-commentator on the show.
Okay.
In Canada, and he puts archives on his website. And Adam's a friend of mine that I've known for years.
Right.
We actually met by playing online, and talking, and then he ended up coming out to Commerce, and I saw him there in a tournament, and then saw him at the World Series in a tournament, and so now I've actually ran into him a few times.
Oh, 2+2's got ace-king. And John Wong had just limped over there with Jack-9. Brian's just going to limp. And Cloney checks. So three-way action here. $60 pot. 6, 8, 9. John's got top pair. And, Cloney's going to check second pair there. I mean, Cloney's got a pair and a gut shot. I wonder if maybe she's going to make a move here on John, knowing that he's aggressive.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I only remember her playing one hand, the Jack
Look at that.
Queen, where she hits top pair and she didn't bet it.
She's going to check call here. Wow. Thought she might check raise there. Surprised she didn't lead out. The turn is a 9. Now John's made trips. Cloney checks. And John can't let her take a free card if she has a 7 here. Look at this, and she quickly check folds.
Yeah.
Wow. Very, very passive.
Mm-hmm.
I got to say, almost. I mean, I'm not going to go on easier. I'm not going to go. And the rabbit cam actually showed a 7. I'm not going to go any easier
she
on
would've made it
her
straight.
than anyone else. But she
Yeah.
played kind of weak tight.
Yeah,
tonight,
she
I
has
think.
not gotten involved in any hands.
Yeah.
I mean, I was very surprised when she checked top pair when she made that pair
Yeah,
of jacks
that
on the
was-
turn that one time. That was
yeah.
strange.
Yeah. One of the other reasons why we eliminated the table talk portion of the show, you're looking at it right here.
It's
Look at
boring.
these guys.
They don't
got,
talk.
Like, got tape over their mouths or something.
Yeah, and some people actually want to hear the table talk. We hear that once in a while, but a lot of the times it's not really what it's
No,
what
it's not
what
really.
you think you want to
No.
hear. Unless you want to hear a bunch of silence.
Again,
if
all
you do
that
want to hear
stuff, I mean-
silence, turn the damn thing
All
off.
that table talk, especially I think GSN, those shows
Mhm.
are geared more towards table. I think that stuff is mostly contrived anyways. A lot of that
I
stuff.
think they really pump you up
Yeah,
over there to tell
yeah.
you to talk trash and make it
Yeah,
interesting.
it's just,
yeah.
it's not really what's, I really, it doesn't accurately portray what poker is. Seat one's got pocket tens, and he's raised.
I don't think they're going to let me get away with it.
Actually, I don't, maybe he just limped there, because it didn't look like it. And he's hit a set of tens. So if he limped with tens, he's hit a set of tens. Randy's got top pair in seat 7. Couple of diamonds on board. David's going to bet. Boy, we haven't heard from Dave at all either. There's several people that we just have not seen any play from them tonight at all. He's going to bet 40 with a set of tens. Brian has a gut shot straight draw. A couple diamonds out there. He's probably not going to chase if he really does listen to us. He doesn't. And look at Randy immediately muck the ace. And this is some of the tightest table I've ever seen in this game. It's incredible.
Well, I mean, it's very easy to lay down a weak ace in that spot. I mean, seat 1, Dave, has been playing very, very tight.
Oh, and I was saying that was the first time we've seen him.
I mean, anytime that he's let out, he's had a really big hand.
Seat 4 has made it $50. Cloney Gowan, there we go, finally. And look at this, it looks like John Huang's got ace king. And he just smooth calls her. He was in the blind. And it looks like Rick is in there with 6-3 off suit. 4, 5, 10. Rick's picked up an open-ended straight draw. Cloney's going to bet here. She's going to bet $100. And this is really where John likes to check raise sometimes. But Cloney's been playing so tight, Shirley, that it's like, I mean, pick your spots against somebody else. Let's see if Rick makes a move here. Wow, he's going to lay the straight draw down.
Hey, my first pot.
Congratulations.
Really?
Guess they really believed her, huh?
It's about time.
I'm sorry, they've been really crappy cards. Crappy, I don't understand. Yeah, it is. That's one of the reasons I'm like so into this book. I can't even play.
Ace king there for seat 3. That's the 2+2er, Brian. Glock 22. Was it CCCW Glock 22? 27? He's raised. CCW Glock 27 is raised to 80. Ooh, and John Wong. He's going to call with 10-7, and we're going to see these two again here. And Brian's got to realize John's a very aggressive player. He has position on Brian. Lily's going to leave. This is really actually a good spot for John, because if Brian, if an ace or a king doesn't flop, a couple of high cards, John can outplay him in position. Now here comes the flop, 8-10 deuce. And I'm not saying that John's a superior player. I'm just saying he's probably more aggressive in position. And Brian's going to bet 150. And John smooth calls.
He just calls.
Smooth calls.
He's afraid of getting his butt kicked.
Well, turn is an 8. And now let's see what Brian does. He's going to continue to bet. Well, that smells a little weak. It's a $200 bet, and Wong immediately raises to 500. Yeah.
Now, if a non-paired heart came out, I think Brian might again been able to get away with still in a pot, but might have gotten away with it. But not this time.
I mean, that's like more of guts and glory, guts or glory there on the turn. I mean, he's either going to check the turn, or you've really got to bet big on the turn. I mean, the pot there, it's laying about $500. I mean, if he puts a $700 or $800 bet there in on the turn, I mean, it tells John that I'm not going to go anywhere anyways if you raise, so you better be confident with your 10-7 offsuit.
Right.
You know what I mean? So.
Okay, John's going to raise here with the ace jack. It gets called by seat 7 Randy with king queen.
That's why I want to have a hand so fast I can kick his ass.
There's just 2 players in the pot. Ace jack versus king queen. There he goes, check, check. Good, John checked again. I guess, you know, he was just looking to hit something. But imagine he's done with this pod. And he lays it down, yeah.
No sleeping.
Don't show your cards. I don't think he showed the queen. He only showed the king there. I'd like to see Cloney play at least one hand. Play it well.
Okay, good. I just got the part. Somebody just got murdered. Y'all have to give me that. Somebody just got murdered.
Was that I wouldn't pay money?
Huh?
I wasn't going to stop reading.
Did you order?
Not much from what I can see. We have one limp. And then it's limped 3-way action here. Not much of hand. 6-7, king 9, and 10-4. Jim flops top pair. He checks. And they check all the way around. They got bet out there. Returns to 5. It's not going to get any action on it, but move the process along faster anyways.
Torrid Lover. Accused of the murder. Accused, what a combination. One of 100 of her torrid lovers.
But she was an actress. The actress got into drug.
And her torrid lover.
So her husband.
Found out about her torrid lover. Yeah, come on. There's a torrid lover in her something. I know there is.
What is a torrid lover? Is it good or bad? Oh.
Okay, John raises to $90. Pocket eights.
You want this big blind, Randy?
Seat one does have a hand and has been known to call. He makes the call. Heads up.
I know, I'm having fun.
Well, if you don't mind.
It's just right in the middle of the Torrid Lover thing. Seeing him on the book.
You want it on the picture or on here?
That'll be good.
Why can't I get that flop last time? This is the perfect hand to go all in.
Now, it's going away, man.
You want to try the picture?
Not across here?
Yeah. I had ace queen.
I think the best color.
So one of the players, John takes that down. One of the players there, seat 5, is asking Cloney for an autograph. That's pretty funny. You know, we have black Sharpie markers back here. We should get him a black Sharpie marker. Yellow markers don't cut it. We have one back in the office. We'll get someone back here.
She's got one in her bag.
So seat 1's played such a passive game. It's very easy to get him off these hands. I mean, you just have to bet. He's played very straightforward.
We don't want you running off of our marker.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sure John recognized that. Even though 2 overcards, he still bet his hand last time. John raises again here. He has pocket jacks this time.
Is that you over there?
And Rick calls there. Rick's played a lot of suited connectors there. He's playing it out of position here.
That's not me.
Oh, the other woman. The one that win the highlight. Yeah.
Haha.
It's a long ass hair in that picture.
She didn't look anything like me.
I said the hair's long.
Got blue eyes, much blonder hair, bigger boobs.
John bets $100. And Rick has second pair here, but it's not really the kind of hit, kind of flop that you're hoping to hit with 7-10 suited.
Hey, how many people are left in that tournament? Are there a lot of the tournament, the big tournament?
150 more.
I don't know, it wasn't a big turnout.
150 more.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
So looks like Rick has come over the top.
Wow.
150.
That is not the flop that you're looking to hit, but he might. No, he does not. Get
Well,
it
the
to work.
turn is a club, and now he checks. And John's got the jack of clubs in his hand.
You know, I love hands, like 7-10, but first off, there wasn't much money in the pot pre-flop. He called out of position. And, you're not trying to hit a flop like that. You're looking to win a big pot by taking someone down, by hitting, 2 pair versus ace king or something like that. Not second pair.
Looks like Wong bet $400 on the turn. The other thing, Shirley, is I don't want to get into a situation where I'm playing back at John Wong out of position, because he's the type of guy who's just going to come right back over at you. You know what I mean? He's going to come over the top. He also will make calls with questionable hands. So if you think, well, if I raise him this much, he can't call with just 1 pair. Well, we've seen him. He does do that.
Yeah, if he thinks he has the best hand, he's going to call.
Yeah. And look at this. Rick is going to call. He's in love with that 7. So we're talking about a pot that's over $1,000 now, right? Somewhere around $1,300 or $1,400. And we're going to see a river, and Rick is going to have to catch another 7 or a 10 that's not a club. And the river is a 10. Oh, wow. That is unbelievable.
That's sick.
Again, the pot is about $1,300.
John's had some really decent starting hands and kind of got his butt whooped.
I wish you would ask me that a couple times.
Now, I don't know if Rick is checked here from up front.
And if John bets this much, which looks like he's betting 1,000.
How can you not? Haven't you been
I think Rick
That's-
checked from up front, and John asked him how much money he had.
That's a tough call to make. I mean, even if you do have two pair, I mean, there's possible straight, there's possible flush.
Look at this. No, he just checks behind him. Checks behind him. And he's going to turn over 7-10. And look at Huang shake his head. Oh, that is a brutal beat.
That's ugly.
Yeah.
You know, and the 10 of diamonds to boot. Had it been the 10 of clubs, John would have had the flush.
2 7-outs, and then he had 3 outs on the 10. 5
But
outs
only
there,
two.
remember?
But only two of them.
Yeah,
We're
excuse
good.
me. Two.
Yeah.
So 4 outs on the river. Wow.
You're not shocked?
He's shocked. Are you shocked?
And Cloney says that doesn't surprise me, this guy. Cloney says that, are you shocked? I'm not shocked.
So somebody on 2+2 here, Chipster, said that broadcasting live is not allowed at this time in Nevada. Do you remember that after the World Series they had that full tilt 3-hour special where it was broadcast live with a 5-minute, I mean it was a 5-minute delay, but
Well,
is that not live?
I don't know what constitutes live, if they mean on delay or what. I'm sure, they're talking about broadcasting a gaming broadcast, right? I mean, that's not broadcasting anything live, but something to do with gaming. And I don't know
but
what
it only
constitutes
had a
live.
5-minute delay.
I don't know what that exactly.
Rick, just because I talked about the way you played, and then you have to raise my blind.
Seat 2 is raised, Rick, and he's raised with 5 deuce offsuit.
He's crazy.
USM fan on 2+2 says, reading Danielle Steele at the table does not do wonders for her poker credibility.
Yes. Take it.
And Cloney's in there with King Jack suited. And she's flopped top 2 pair here. And she bets 75.
Sure. You want to know? We'll watch TV.
Go ahead, Mike. Throw it in.
John fan. John. John, would you call with this? Come here, John. No.
Oh, he dyed his hair since the last time we saw him
Yeah.
last week. Frosty tips. Thought those things went out like
Maybe John Wong
3 or
did
4
it.
years ago.
I mean, John Wong's wife
Yeah,
did
John
it.
Wong's wife did it.
Said, my husband took your money. Let me give you some tips.
Yeah, maybe Donna can ask Tracy if she spiked his hair. Just kidding.
Nah.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
I know, we'll do it. How many players are left? How many players left? 10? What did they start with?
John Fan is the man who taught me to play any 2 cards. All the way to the river. That's right. Just got to let it get there. Can't give up.
Let them breathe.
First rule in poker, you can't win by folding.
The less you bet is the more you lose when you win.
New setup there coming in.
The less you bet, the more you win when you win.
The less you bet is the more you lose when you win.
I mean, again, Shirley, if you look around at the table and look how... go around in a circle. Seat 1, Dave. We've probably seen him play almost as little hands as Cloney. Rick is kind of crazy. There's 1. Brian's a 2+2er. He's real tight. Cloney's been ridiculously tight. Philly Amir, we haven't seen him play any hands.
He played king like a
John Huang,
week.
okay. We got John Huang and Rick.
Only 2
excuse
players
me,
are
yeah,
mixing it up.
yeah, John Huang and Rick are the only ones. And look at the other 7. He hasn't played a hand.
We don't
Lee
even,
hasn't
we
played a
don't
hand.
even know his name.
Yeah.
He hasn't played any.
And Jim in seat 9, he hasn't played a hand.
Seat 7 is Randy, by
Is
the way.
Randy,
I'm
yeah.
kidding. Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty much been Rick and John Huang.
Yeah. Well, it does make the show a little more exciting when you have at least a few
Yeah.
Few action players.
Oh, look at that. Dave's going to play a hand. 9-10 offsuit. He limps.
Now, if he doesn't hit top 2, he'll check.
Yeah, I can't show those to the camera.
Ryan is going to call there on the button with 8-4 suited. And we're going to see a flop. King 6-8. Looks like Brian has the best hand. Let's see if he gets checked to him if he bets it with second pair. King 6-8, couple of clubs. Dave has a gut shot.
Let's see if Dave gets a little aggressive and bets his gut shot.
But he's kind of short stack.
Nope, check.
Rick is
Check.
going to check. Now let's see if Brian checks. Or he bets. No, Brian checks. Turns a 5.
Who wants it?
At this
That
point,
is the
Brian's got to think
question.
that his hand is probably good now, right?
And if it's not good, he might have outs with the 7. He should bet.
Yeah, he's picked a gut shot up now, too. And he is going to bet.
It's like $60.
Of course, if a 7 comes, it's going to give Dave a higher straight.
Well, I'm saying, yeah, it might be good. I didn't say it was going to be good. And Dave won't call here, I don't think.
The picture guy.
Brian's going to take it down.
Oh, he gets paid for it? Okay. Oh. I thought it's works out.
Yeah, we know that it wouldn't have been good, but he, sitting there, would probably think it might be good if I hit the 7. If someone calls me and I hit a 7, I still might have the best hand. Goes my straight.
I never said I'm not.
No, I'm just saying, you know.
I need a big
When
river.
you go to a
buddy.
restaurant or something, that guy works by only so I don't know if it's the same.
Oh, they got it free for playing. That's right. It's signed by Mariano Bus. I forgot what Mariano Bus.
When I stepped out of the booth, Shirley, I just went down to the tournament room, check it out. It was a $3,000 buy-in tonight.
The charity event.
Yeah, some of the proceeds going to charities. Saw some big names down there. David Pham, of course, Jerry Buss and Frank Mariotti are down there. Everyone who signed up actually got a basketball signed by Jerry Buss and I think a couple of the Lakers. That's kind of like an entry gift. That was interesting.
It's worth the $3,000 entry fee.
Oh, yeah. Oh, maybe if Kobe Bryant signed it. I don't know. Ooh, look at this. Cloney Gowan just going to come in from the butt with King 8 offsuit, mixing it up a little bit. She's made it 60 to go. Jim's going to call.
I wish she'd raise more. Made it hard for me to fold.
Three-way action. 4-10-9.
Don't check, Cloney.
She's going to bet 100.
Kind of a small bet, but it's enough to get the job done.
I'm gonna be an ass. I'm gonna say, since I paid for the entry, I guess I got a basketball.
What's Cloney eating back there? Or is that Brian over her shoulder? I thought it was guacamole and chips.
Well, she can afford to eat that. Very thin.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah.
I get you out with the best hand?
Top 2 was the best hand.
Man, I'm not.
Maybe saved me a lot of.
Good top 2 also.
Top 2 as well, yeah. I'm gonna call $5.
You
not
couldn't have well had
$60.
top 2 when I folded.
That's what I laid down. I thought
All
she
the
had
floor,
bottom
man.
set.
How many 9s and 10s of those stuff?
I thought she had bottom set. That one's probably worth more, didn't it?
You're in a small blind, you didn't call that?
You raised to 60.
Limp, limp, limp.
Alright, I'm going back to read my book.
We're boring.
Go with what works.
Here we go to the flop. Ace 4-5. Couple people flop.
How'd that
top
ace
pair.
get there?
Yeah, case ace on the flop. Let's see how this hand plays out. And Randy's going to lead there with ace 3, 50.
100.
Lily's going to raise to 100 with ace 10.
Same cards Dave as last time.
And Dave quickly mucks the ace 8.
Randy's not getting the kick.
And Randy's going to call. Randy's got that draw to the
To the wheel.
to the wheel. I think he's checked blind here on the turn. Turns a 9. I think they're just going to check it down. And the river's a 10. Lily's made aces up.
Good, I'm glad. All right.
Yep. That helps.
So I don't know if you remember last week we had a player who was playing in the big game who happened to get really lucky against Ron Rose with the ace 9. Do you remember that hand? He called with his top pair of aces. Bad kicker. He turned the straight draw. All the chips got in there.
Yes.
He won
Oh,
the
I
pot.
remember. Yes, yes, yes.
Then he asked to see Ron's hand. I called him a total idiot, but
Yeah.
I knew the player.
Yeah.
So I had to give. Yesterday I saw him and I talked to him about it. I'm like, why would you do that? I was really mad at you for doing that. You know, I called you an idiot at the table. He said the reason why he asked to see Ron's hand was he asked Ron to run it twice and Ron had disagreed. And he wanted to see the strength of Ron's hand, why he would decline to run it twice. So that was his explanation for it anyways. So I just thought I'd offer that.
Rick is raised here with king 9 offsuit. I have more to talk about that after this hand.
Mm-hmm.
Don't fold.
It's not about that particular gentleman, but another gentleman.
Okay.
But I had to sit there. I'll tell you after the hand.
Okay.
I get blamed for a lot of stuff on this show that I don't say. Let me preface by saying that.
Oh, it must be the one that
Yeah.
I said.
Yeah.
Where I called the player a name? That one?
Yeah.
Oh, he gave me the lecture too. Don't worry, Bart.
200.
Wow, John Wong is re-raised to 200. A raise by Rick, a smooth call in between by Cloney. Cloney called with King Jack, and John Wong is re-raised with 4-5 suited. I mean, this plays right into John Wong's hand. I mean, if you can get that guy out, Rick, I mean, Cloney, I mean, she's not going to call re-raise, right?
Right.
She might not even call with Ace-King in that spot. The way that she's been playing so tight. Yeah, that guy, I think his name was Steve. I think he writes for the LA Times. I remember he was kind of bothering you about wanting to write for your site for a long
He
time.
mentioned something about it.
Yeah,
Mhm.
just kept, he said, well, it wasn't bothering you, but you were talking to
He
you a
was
lot.
talking to me about it. Mhm.
And he asked to see somebody's hand.
3 times.
And you said, who's the clown that wants to see that hand? And I said, well, it's seat 7. So I then went on to say, you know, I took the LSATs and I prepped in the logic section for a long time. I said, if the person that asked to see the cards is a clown, and seat 7 asked to see the cards.
Then seat 7 decline. He
came up to me and gave me the business. I think it was yesterday, the day before.
He gave me it too.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can get your point across without calling people names. I said, I could think of a lot worse things. Clown's not so bad. I said, it's not just you. I'll call anybody a clown that asks to see hand.
Yeah, I mean, you call him a clown. You wouldn't call somebody we've never done that and called someone a clown for saying making a bad poker play in terms of cards, but that's just a little
Your
pet peeve.
poker etiquette. And
Yeah.
I think, like I said, a clown's not such a bad name to call somebody. Just enough to get the point across that, it's not a cool thing to do.
Pot got checked around here. Dave's got top pair over there in seat 1. The turn is an 8. Gives Dave a straight draw now as well. Randy's got the nut flush draw in seat 7. And he's going to bet it. Going to bet 150. He also has a wheel draw as well.
Yeah, he does.
It's a great hand to have. Ace-3 of diamonds with 5-7, the other 2 cards in Omaha. Ace-3, 8-8 I would take here too, right? 4-card combination. Omaha high-low.
Yeah.
I like to play those cards.
And it looks like he's going to take it down.
Pocket 10 are good.
What are you thinking of the perfect hand?
Rabbit Camp shows a 5. He actually made the wheel. Rabbit Camp was a 5.
So you had to take some heat for me, huh? That's funny because I had already explained to him that, yeah, I did it, and
Well, the funny
I'll
thing
do
is
it with
that
anybody.
He
and
came up to Dave and I and he said, I really like your commentary. Thanks for calling me a clown. It shows a lot of class. And I kind of walked away. And then he went over later to tell Dave that it wasn't directed to Dave. It was directed to me. But it's funny, though, because when we first started doing the show 7 or 8 months back, I used to have the problem, too. I don't know if it was you or it was with Denny. Someone got really irritated with what somebody said, and then I was always blamed for saying it.
I'm gonna go watch tomorrow.
That's right. Actually, you know what? It was Vicky in 30 Hold'em, some of the Live the Bike long-term
and
viewers.
it was not me because I did not commentate on her until, just recently. So, I remember her being upset with you.
Take it back? Yes, take it back.
That's what you get when you're the star of the show.
John Huang has he brought it in for a little raise, and seat 9 re-raised with ace queen offsuit. There you go.
If I was high, I might have called it. I like my pair, $70 worth.
I like it. So this fold is brought to
Looks like seat number 9 there is wearing a bracelet. It looks like a World Series bracelet, but I don't think it is. That gold
Maybe we
bracelet
can,
there.
yeah.
Now it's back under his shirt.
If they like that line,
Most players that have won their World Series bracelet don't go around wearing it. Don't you agree?
No, they usually wear it during the World Series. That's about it, right?
Yeah. I think, or a final table of something,
That is the players that still have it. Most of them gambled it away. Serious.
Well, a lot of people like,
there we go.
donated, I think, like Phil Hellmuth, I think he gave one of his bracelets to his sister and one to his mom or something like that. I don't even know if I'd wear it at the World Series. I would wear it if it was on the final table of a televised event.
Well,
but other than that, I would not
not
wear
that
it.
I would sell it, but I really wonder now with the poker boom. I mean, the thing in itself is worth something because there are diamonds in it, right?
And they're from Neiman Marcus, if I
but
remember correctly.
the actual bracelet,
They used to be.
if you went to sell it, I think you probably could get a lot of money, more than whatever the value of the metal is in the diamonds. It's like
Does it have
selling
their
a
name
World
on
Series
it?
of
Does it have their name
baseball
engraved
right
on it?
I
don't think it does.
I think it's just the event and the date.
Yeah. Guess I just have to ask Mark, huh? He has
Well, he's
two.
got a couple of them.
Yeah, he has two. And I actually saw him close up because we did this thing with
Mark
him.
Safe, you're talking about.
Yeah.
he raised,
He raised.
They're doing a story for when the ESPN show broadcast about him being an ex-lawyer. So I went with him to the courthouse to grab a couple of photos.
Amir
that
Amir
piece.
raised here with pocket 9s, and he got called by John Huang with 5-9 suited and by Rick with 6-7. Queen 5-3. Amir's going to lead. Look at this. John smooth calls. And we've seen John do this a lot where he'll call with a marginal hand on the flop, Shirley, in position to see what happens in the turn. And then if the guy checks to him on the turn, he'll fire, and then he usually takes it down, especially with Amir.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
I think it's a $125 bet.
Wow.
And Rick is going to call with a gut shot. And the turn is a 6.
If he thinks he can get all of those chips from those players, it's not a bad call. But John is too smart, and Amir is too tight for him to get those chips.
Well,
if he hits the 4.
and here we go. See, Amir has checked and John bets. And that's exactly why John called on the flop. Not necessarily that he didn't even think he had the best hand. I mean, he could be beat by pocket 9s and pocket 10s. which in this case he is. But Amir's going to check the turn, and he's going to bet, and most likely Amir's going to fold. I mean, we've seen it, over and over again tonight. I mean, these are the types of things that you really need to watch, at the table. I mean, Rick he has John beat. He's going to lay it down. Let's see what Amir does. Look at this. Amir quickly folds, Shirley, without a second thought. There you go. I mean, it's almost like you can call Amir with anything on the flop in position, regardless if you have a pair or not. Because if he checks you on the turn, you just bet
take it away.
and you win. Looks like Rick limped in with ace-king from up front.
Check. Four
And
players.
we're going to see a limped pot. 9-6-4, a couple of hearts. Amir, look at Amir. He's got a flush draw, and he's got a gut shot.
Bet 50.
Cloney has 2 pair.
Yep. Top 2 pair. Cloney bet 50. Got smooth called by Amir.
Down to 2.
2 players.
Oh, the turn's a 7 of hearts, and
Gives
look at
them
that.
both.
Check.
He's got the flush.
Give him the straight and the flush.
Yeah. And he checks right behind it, and an 8 comes on the river.
It just gets worse and worse for her.
I don't. How do you?
60.
Why would you check on the turn in position? It doesn't make any sense. The river's an 8.
To try to get a bet from her on the river, but
I mean,
she's...
come on. I mean, the river's an 8 of clubs, and she hasn't been playing aggressive the entire night. And the fact, what an action killer on the river. Again, we don't
Well,
have
that's what I was
going
going
to
point out.
I mean...
He doesn't know that action killer's coming, but you point that out a lot, that a lot of times a card will come to where it's going to kill your action.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying I'm in the midst of writing this article about slow playing and no limit games for your site, and this is exactly why in one of the cases. Oh, look at this, though. She's going to call.
So he did get a
And
little
he
bit of
shows
bet
the
by
flush.
checking right there. So.
But the other thing, though, too, is that you're more likely to get a call from her on the turn just because a heart comes out than on the river now when she's could be beat both ways by flush or straight.
Yeah, but he didn't know the 8 was coming. Could have been a king.
I know, but the other thing, though, too, is that, my God, you made a flush on the turn. Why on earth would you check it when you have a low flush and let the possibility of another heart come on the river and lose the hand?
Mm-hmm. That's a better point,
You
yeah.
know, I just, especially in that case, I don't understand the play there on the turn.
Raise 60 total.
I know it's not much of a hand, but for him, it's a huge hand. You don't normally like it, but he has ace-10 here.
That's Rick. And it's a 2+2, or he's going to call with the little suited connector, 10-9 of diamonds.
I thought you left after the aces.
Over in the big blind, Jim's got ace-9 suited, and he's going to call.
3 players.
And
he's in trouble every way here.
$150 pot.
Oh, no.
4-7-8. Brian's got overcards and an open-ended straight draw. Let's see what he does. Let's see if he raises here. It's a $100 bet by Rick.
Say 350 would be a good price here.
Well, or he might wait until the turn to make a move.
250.
Oh, he's going
I
to
think
raise
that's
it
a
to
little too
250.
small, but it might get the job done.
Well, in this case, I can't see how Rick could call.
Well, I couldn't see how Rick called with second pair when he had 7-10 either.
Well, this time he has no pair. But he has he made it 350 straight, 250 raise, and
No, he made it $250, $150
Oh, the
raise.
150 there on
Uh-huh.
the side. Yeah.
They pulled the 100 in, he has 150 there.
And he's going to take it down, so there you go.
Oh, you check on him?
He's probably hiding with that basketball somewhere. Yeah, I guess there's 6 tables up. You can't get in there unless you have a little.
Oh, gotcha. What's first prize? Like 80,000?
Honestly,
That's a nice little prize.
I think it's, well, if there's only 70 players times 3,021, some
No,
person.
times 2,700. No, times 2,600.
So you're right, 100,000.
Only right at the short field. Excluding that, it's a horrible turn.
$80.
Well, Clooney's going to raise here. She's got ace-jack offsuit from the cutoff. John's going to play there. Small blind. Can't quite see what he has. And Rick is in there with 8-3 of hearts.
Not right now, not during the hand. I mean, after the hand. So, yeah, oh.
Queen, queen, 10.
Yes, repurchase now.
And John's got a 10, 9-10. So he's flopped the best hand, and it gets checked around. The turn is a king, and now Clooney's made a straight.
Somebody explain that to me.
She took the free card, and she hit the gut shot.
She has to be contemplating how much to bet. She cannot check in the spot.
No. My goodness.
There we go.
My God, no, he cannot check.
200.
And he's bet she's bet 200. About the size of the pot, and looks like she's going to take it down. You know, I've been trying to figure out what rhyme or reason in what 2 cards does Rick play in his hand. It doesn't make a lot of sense. It seems like it's almost random.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it seems like any 2 cards that are not, from what I've seen, 3 gappers or less, right?
Well, how about 3/8 suit?
Except for the ace-10.
That's not a 3-gapper, right?
No, you're right.
Yeah. It's a 5-gapper.
3 gapper if it's unsuited. Any kind of a gapper if it's suited.
It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
I might be able to pull that one up.
Well, this time he's got ace-7 suited, and he's limped in over there in seat 2. And Glock, he's got 7-9 suited. He's going to limp in. Clooney's got 5-6 offsuit. She comes in. That must have been a really bad hand for John not to raise and try to take down the limpers there on the button. Rick is going to come in.
This is the ticket that needs to be pulled next week.
Oh, look at how fast those cards come up. I was going to say, this is one of these hands that gives our producer a lot of exercise. King, Queen, 10.
What if the table hits a jackpot?
Lily has got top pair with a weak kicker. Randy's got a pair and an open-ended straight draw.
$80.
But Rick is going to bet on a total bluff.
I haven't mentioned this, but I played with Rick in a tournament at the World Series of Poker.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Had I known what I know now.
Of course, this is a cash game, so it is different.
Yes, it is.
Randy is going to... He's going to check call here. And Lily mucks the king 4.
Be gentle, Ricky. Check.
Turns a deuce. And now Rick's picked up a flush draw.
Mm-hmm. I would...
And
Yeah,
he's
he
going
took
to check,
the free
check.
card.
And the river's a 5. And Randy checks again here. And I like the check here. I like to check call with Randy's hand here on the river.
Mm-hmm.
Although evaluated, obviously.
It's a
I mean, the guy
tough call,
could have
though.
he could have a queen.
It's a tough call.
He's going to bet 200, and it looks like Randy doesn't want any part of it.
Just didn't want an ace or a 9 to come. I just didn't want an ace or a 9 to come.
Or $200.
No, on the
An
river.
ace
That's
9
why I
or
checked.
$200 call.
Well, you got to give credit for Rick for betting. I mean, apparently he really did read
See an ace or a 9 on the river.
the hand correctly. I mean, he did have a jack over there, and he can't really check it down the river just in case he has a pair with it, and he did.
Randy knows I never bluff.
Jack 10.
Well, I did once.
What year was that?
What year was it? It was last year.
I think it was about 30 seconds ago.
Every time he moves his
Deciding
lips.
how much I can raise and still get a caller.
40.
No, straddle?
No, just raise 40.
That's a raise?
Yeah.
No collar there, sorry.
That's not a raise.
You're gonna get one out of me.
There's one quick.
They just busted chips.
This is a raise.
And here we go. Limp, 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 and John Wong raises.
Oh, I'm sorry.
John's going to show the hand. Cloney's going to show the hand. Cloney's got a suited ace.
Just 6 raise. 150 more.
Pocket tens. He's raised with 150 with pocket 10, so pretty legitimate here. Action's back to Rick with 6 deuce of clubs. Is he going to make the call, Cheryl? 150 more?
He's going for his chips.
This is what, a 3-gapper, right? 3-gapper?
What?
3-gapper.
2-6? No.
Yeah, 3-gapper. 3-gapper suited connector.
That is not a 3-gapper.
Can you really serious? Was it?
Oh, it's a 4-gapper. Right.
Yes.
4-gapper.
That'd be awesome.
450.
Well, if deuce 4 is a 1-gapper and deuce 5 is a 2-gapper, isn't deuce 6 a 3-gapper? And he's re-raised anyway, so regardless. And here we go with these two again. And John has made the call. Re-raised to 300 and John has called. So we get about an $800 pot here. Queen 8-5. Rick is checked. And
700.
John has bet 700. I don't really know what Rick is trying to do with making these moves. I mean, re-raising with deuce 6, and then just check folding on the flop.
Mm-hmm.
And you're also re-raising John in position, the most aggressive player at the table. It just doesn't
Right.
make a lot of sense. I mean, he's trying to play against the wrong player to make these types of moves with.
You know, you really have me curious about that gapper thing. That's considered a 4-gapper, because a 5-gapper can't make a straight. Right, so that's a 4-gapper can. So, but there really is 3 cards between those deuce and 6.
Well, deuce 4 is a 1-gapper, right? A 1-gap suited connector.
I would.
It's 1 gap.
Well, I know there's 1 card in between, but
Y'all, wait for the action.
so a 4-gapper can make a straight. That's what I've always been told.
4-gapper can't make a straight. Deuce 7.
By your definition, right?
Yeah.
I'm actually curious to know that. Six 10 is a 4-gapper.
1, 2, 3.
There's 3 cards in between, but 10 minus 6 is 4. It's
Yeah, but
once
then,
again terminology.
But then
I mean,
9-7
is a 2.
7 minus 9.
I know
is 2.
it's 2-gapper. I know there's only 1 card in between, but
Check. Queen, deuce, deuce on the flop.
well, we will know in 5 minutes.
100.
Cloney's going to bet here with king 10. And if you want to look at the tightest guy at the table, I think it's this guy.
Seat 1.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
Dave.
He's got a way of just.
That's their job.
This game is playing like a tight 3-5 game. A 3-5 no limit game. It's amazing.
If nothing else, it teaches you about table selection, right? I mean, we've seen some games
Yeah.
where they just give the money away, and sometimes where you really have to grind it out. And Depends upon your style of play, but if I was sitting on this game, I would ask for a table change, I'm sure.
Jim has made it 50 from the button, and Dave over there in seat 1, we told him the tightest person on the table. He's got pocket queens, and he chooses just a smooth call. Wow. Ace 9-5, and you wonder if Jim bets from the button.
He's gonna, yeah.
You know?
He's gonna be afraid.
Jim's gonna bet.
80.
He's gonna bet 80.
And we know he just calls, so.
He's gonna call, check call. Turn is a king. And now, if Jim bets again here, I can't imagine that Dave would call. But now it's a check behind. The river's an ace, and now probably Dave thinks his hand is good.
So the one thing about this table, though, I mean, if I was sitting here, you can make the best of some situations by taking a lot of pots away from seat 1 and 5. You know, we saw seat 5. John outplay seat 5.
Take him away from seat
times.
1 and 5. You mean seat 1, seat 3, seat 4, seat 5.
All of them.
Seat 7, seat 8, seat 9. Right?
Yes.
I'm calling tomorrow and they can handle everything in the shop. I don't need to be there.
Sick. Absolutely sick. Oh, he went 9. Forget it.
Brian's got ace king over there. 2 plus 2 are Brian. Philly Amir, he's got pocket jacks. And looks like he's raised to 90.
And last time that Brian was in the big blind with ace king, he just called.
Right. Which I don't think is that bad of a play, especially if it's offsuit.
No.
Here we go. He's going to call.
I take my nickel back and he took it.
Oh.
Ace 4-7, so he's out flopped. He's checked it. Look at this. Amir checks right behind him, Shirley. That is so passive. And the turn is deuce. Now, if Brian bets here and Amir just folds, it's just ridiculous. He's going to bet 100, so he's going to bet really weak. And that might get a call there by Amir. Amir's going to call.
He calls.
Yeah. Oh, and the river's 10. I mean, Brian, don't get worried about backdoor clubs. Bet again here. And now you got to increase the size of the bet.
175.
He's going to bet 175. Look at this Amir folds. That's just... I mean, ace 4-7. You got pocket jacks.
Mm-hmm.
It gets checked to you, and you check the flop.
Right.
The guy bets weak on the turn, you call, and the river's a 10. Yeah, it's a third club. It's a backdoor flush, and he bets again, and he folds.
Right. That the way that he played it.
Yeah.
You know how like when you play a hand from the beginning, it should kind of all go in succession.
Yeah.
And he kind of called on the turn, maybe thinking that he had the best hand. I would hope, not hoping to hit a jack. But then on the river, he doesn't call thinking that he has the best hand. And if he called on the turn because he thought he had the best hand, why didn't he bet it on the flop?
Well, he's going to exit.
80.
Make me look again.
Looks like we get a new player coming into seat 5. An $80 raise here by Rick. He's got ace queen of hearts.
80 total. 2 players.
And John is called. Ace queen against king jack. Here we go with these two again. Oh, look at the flop.
Wow.
King 9 jack. John flopped top 2 pair, and Rick's got a flush.
80.
Come back from the full tilt event, turn it over to 11th pike.
Raise.
And John is going to check raise here. It's an $80 bet by Rick. And if Rick is in position and John check raises here, I think you really can smooth call because Wong's going to have to continue to bet into you. Now, of course, if a heart comes on the turn, it's going to be an action killer. So there's a couple of things to think about when slow playing this hand. If a heart comes, you've killed all of your action. But if you want to take that chance, you're in position and you can continue to let Wong bet right into you. And he's going to smooth call here. Turn is a 4.
Oh, yeah, I'm Kelly.
Did John check from up front?
1,000.
I think so.
Wow. John checked from up front. That's really surprising.
Oh,
And look at this.
that's it.
He's check raised him all in. John's check raised him all in, and the river's a 3. And Rick takes a huge chunk of Hong's money there with the nut flush. I mean, that was a little strange, too. He check raised the flop.
And then does it again. on
Then he
the
checked the
turn.
turn. I guess he was trying to represent that maybe he had just the ace of hearts in his hand and trying to make Rick bet there on the turn. Little did he know that Rick had the nut flush. You know? By John checking the turn, maybe, again, he was trying to represent that he was on some sort of flush draw. Set at top 2 pair. Got Rick to bet, and then he check raised them all in. But Rick had the nut flush.
Yeah, you take big blind, sir? Right now.
This is brought to you by Hawks.
New player in seat number 5. It's Moshe.
That would have been better if it was King Queen. King Jack 10 instead of King Jack 9.
He's buying in for 1,000.
Oh, yeah.
10 of hearts.
I haven't quite got it down yet.
By 10 o'clock, you got 56 minutes.
Oh, it's over with the 10? Well, you can still play.
Five players.
That's when I noticed it just gets
Oh, you have to go home.
Yeah. That goes to
5-way action limped around.
Yeah.
Couple
Yeah,
people's
they
cards
were
we
down
can't
this
see. The new
table.
player there in seat 5.
We'll
And
get
Cloney
him.
there in seat 4. Turns an ace.
Oh, I guess.
Gives
All
Rick
right, I'm
top
sorry.
pair. Queen 9 and King 9. Cloney's got King 9. Seat 5's got Queen 9.
Chloe is King 10.
King 10, excuse me. River's a 6.
Not that it made any difference.
No,
Still
Rick
no
is
pair.
gonna have the best hand here. Ace is up.
He wants it. Rick
That's
wants it.
50.
He bets $50. Looks like John Wong's looking at some family photos over there in seat 6.
Well, it might be the photo that they got earlier.
No, I
it
think
looks
it's
like
family photos.
no, they're poker photos. It's in it. There's green felt in it. Oh, you put them away. Well, who knows? His family photos could still have green felt, huh?
Yeah, I was
All
gonna
because
say,
of the
yeah.
whole family playing around the poker table.
Three players.
3-way action limped around. 5, 8, 9 rainbow flop.
$25.
Turns a deuce. Is Dave and John a pair?
330.
John's gonna bet 30. Dave's gonna make the call. He's got him out kicked.
It's the only game you can get in.
And Amir calls with a straight draw.
Well, he has a double gutter there.
Buys in for $100.
Or excuse me,
Yeah,
Moshe.
Moshe.
Now he picks a pair up and he's actually backed into the best hand.
I walk away. Come
Yeah,
back.
go figure.
He's got 1,000.
He's trying to hit the 3 or
Then we
7.
bought
And
back in. Took that $25 and ran it up to 1,000 in that one.
Now, there's once again here, you know, there's a big purpose to why John is betting here. I think he realizes that if a couple people had called there in the turn, they were on straight draws, and he easily can be beat here because his opponents could accidentally have a pair, in which they did, but he bet him off the hand. That's exactly what happened. Moshe accidentally had a pair on the end.
no, there's one vote.
What's that?
One vote that you're right. 610 would be a 3-gapper.
Oh, is that what they're talking about?
Uh huh. There's 2 votes. I'm wrong. Well,
It's-
I mean,
it's the
I can
first time.
actually count in between. I mean, I totally realize that there's 6. That there's 3 numbers between
I'm just
6
saying
and
that,
10.
like, using your
But
logic,
10
if you
minus 6 is
subtract
4, and
if you subtract 10 minus 6 is 4, but 9 minus 7 is 2, but 9-7 is not a 2-gapper.
I understand all that.
Okay.
I understand that. That's
So
not
how
what
is
I was
10-6 a 4-gapper? Because 10 minus 6 equals 4, but we just said 9 minus 7 equals 2. 9-7 is not a 2-gapper.
I have always called it a 2-gapper, but I
Oh.
understand that. But I'm here to point out that I do understand that there's only 1 card in between them. I do understand that. I just.
Well, I'm glad you understand that much. Jeez.
You know what? Stick it. Shove it. Give me a camera. Give me a camera on them while I'm punching them. I'm kidding.
How much is it going to cost me? Everybody pays to learn how to.
Seat 5 is Moshi, not Mosh.
I was told not to go down there and play him because everybody calls. I learned to play like yeah, to play like 2-6 or 2 whatever the hell. You just learn a slightly different game.
Yeah.
Check.
You learn a lot faster with these limits.
Yeah, really.
Oh yeah.
The learning curve sometimes. Yeah, that's why I'm running more expensive. Party poker kills me. I don't know why. I always get beat.
Brian's got a king jack offsuit he's going to win.
Major mistakes from what I've seen.
Yeah, I should have went.
John Huang, queen jack offsuit. Probably good enough for him to raise.
180.
And he does. 180. I mean, if you look at that, John's he's a smart player. He's on the button. He's got 3 limpers in for him, and he makes it enough where they're not going to call. And he picks up $60. I mean, that's a great. That's a great example of where tournament players can pick up money in cash games too, because you need to make those types of moves in tournaments to accumulate chips. Obviously.
Yeah, well, every chip counts.
Yeah.
I'll play. I don't care. Give it to me.
I was telling Dave, I love the fact when Doyle Brunson was in here, and I think were you in here also when he was in here last night?
No, I left when Barry was here.
Okay. Doyle acknowledged the fact, which I'm trying to
60.
get out there, that a good tournament poker player is not necessarily a good poker player. And I'm not saying that it crosses over, but
A good poker player?
a good tournament player is not necessarily a good poker player.
Oh, so I
They're
don't know
two
if I
different
disagree with
things.
that. I would say I would agree if you said a good tournament player is not a good, may not necessarily mean he's a good live player. But you can be a good poker player, a good tournament poker player.
Yeah, you can be a good tournament poker player, but I don't think that means that you're a good poker player. 'Cause
So a poker player is defined as somebody that plays live games?
I
If
think
someone's-
it is, yeah.
Ray 20?
We'll
He's 3
disagree
and
on that
4.
again, and I'm.
Talk to Barry Greenstein, please.
I will
think
talk
he
to
agrees.
Barry
I think he
Greenstein
agrees
about
with
that.
me. Rick has
You
bet here
pick what
pocket
kind of
eights.
game you want to play in poker and be the best that you can be. And if you're the best tournament poker player, you are a poker player.
It's funny how the cards are
Yeah,
right to
see?
my left.
Yeah.
No, it was funny, that shot. John called here. Turn is a jack. I think Doyle said it best when he said, let these tournament players, I think he said, come into the big dance or the big ring and see how they do.
Yeah, but that's live action. It doesn't mean they're not good poker players. It means that they're not good at live action big games. You can be a good tournament poker player, which you still are a poker player. And you can be a good high limit player and be considered a poker player if you don't play tournaments. You're a poker player and you're doing the best that you can do and be making money off of it. You know what you're best at. And I think that a person that realizes and understands what they're good at makes them even all the more, of a poker player. If a tournament player understands that that's where he makes his money, that that's where he is at his best, and doesn't really cross that line, he's even more of a poker player than most players I know.
Jim has bet here with ace jack offsuit. He's got aces up. And Rick has folded. And John has folded.
I'm sure we'll get votes on that one again too. But
well,
I stand wholeheartedly in what I
problem
believe
might be
in.
that I'm making an extremely gross generalization by saying what a poker player is, what a good poker player is. But I always make it akin, if there are any tennis players out there, to being a good tennis player and then being a player that can win at the French Open, a Spanish dirt baller, basically. If people know what I'm talking about. If they know what I'm talking about. People who can run around the court and win in that one environment, but really can't translate to kind of the heart of the game. But we can agree to disagree.
We will disagree on that one.
That might actually... Isaac said maybe I should say all-around poker player.
I don't know if that works either. We're just going to disagree on that. Because it doesn't, if you're playing the high level games and you're not, you're winning at the games, yet you're losing your money, on the craps table and aren't able to keep yourself in action, but you do beat the game, you would probably consider him a good poker player. Whereas money management, all this stuff comes into action. And if somebody that plays tournaments has all those great qualities, he's great at managing his money, he's great at making decisions, he's doing all the right things, doesn't have those leaks, and is making money at doing it, and he's playing poker, he's a good poker player.
Ace queen there brings me for a raise.
I shut him up real good sometimes.
Well, we're going to disagree on this one.
Okay. And I will talk to Barry about this. Thank you.
Again, I think it might be an issue of semantics, but if you've seen Barry's website, I think he kind of is in line with what I'm trying to say. That a lot of times that all these tournament poker players are getting all this media attention for being great poker players. Well, they're not necessarily great poker players. They're great tournament players.
And I don't think that's what Barry means by that neither. So I'll talk to him about that. A lot of tournament players are getting recognition for being great players, and they're not really even great tournament players. Because they're getting lucky, or they do this, or that. Because Barry understands that a great poker player has to have a lot of pieces of the puzzle that fit well together to make him a great poker player. And these people that are getting credit for that don't have all those qualities.
10-10 deuce. Checked around here, turns queen. Jim's picked up an open-ended straight draw.
80 though.
And Rick has bet here with pocket fours. Now, Jim could easily represent a 10 here by raising. But he's going to muck. And, Rick takes it down. Now, you don't even need to commit that many chips to try to make that move on the turn. You could raise the minimum and see what happens. Obviously, if Rick comes back over the top, he would know where he was standing. But that was a pretty good spot to make a semi-bluff there. Ace-queen there for Lily. She's going to limp. Pocket nines over there for seat 3, the 2+2er. In the small blind, let's see how he plays it. This is one of these times where you could raise to try to pick up the limpers or just try to play a set. And he's going to raise. Chloe doesn't look too happy over there.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that.
Yeah.
120 more.
It's going to make it 120 to go. And again, let's see how tight Lily really is. She's in mid position. She mucks it.
What you got us into?
Jim mucks. Wow. And just when we said that Dave was the tightest person on the table, he's going to call with ace-8 offsuit. Wow.
Two players.
thought you said you already had 3 aces, and that was going to be an impressive feat.
Wow, top set there for Brian. He's going to check it.
Check it.
You're not getting any money from Dave. I think that was the only money you're going to get.
Turns 5.
Well,
You're gonna bet, you got it.
Bet and a fold.
Draw guy.
Me?
Little me.
I'm just a dumb pick for mine.
Ace 8, you mean, that ace, ace 8, yeah, I thought the 9, I thought I had when I saw the 9, I went, something might happen.
You can switch to pot limit Omaha. That will open up the game.
There you go. Cloning wants to switch it to pot limit Omaha high. Oh boy, I'm on Shirley's S list.
Check. 6 player.
6-way action here on the flop. Deuce 9-10, couple of diamonds. Jim has got a flush draw.
70.
Rick is bet ace 10.
Raise.
Oh, look at Brian. He's going to raise here with top pair, but he's in kicker trouble. We've got 10-8.
Play 170 total.
Going to make it 170 to go. Now, obviously, Brian's going to make this move because it's Rick. And Rick has been pretty aggressive. But, if a tight player had bet there from the cutoff, 10-8 is a little shaky. He's in trouble now. I mean, I really don't mind the raise there in that spot. And I think it's 100 more. And Rick is going to re-raise, and I think that Brian will probably get his answer now.
250 more.
That's a pretty good lay down there by Brian.
mm-hmm. So I have to address one of these guys on 2+2. It says, how does this woman play winning poker? I know that 6-10 can make a straight. I don't care if it's a 3-gap, a 4-gap, or 5-gapper. I know it can make a straight. So what the hell does it matter what it's called, It should matter when I'm sitting here in the booth, of course. I should know that. I'm a commentator. I should know it before I say it. But I know it makes a straight. And I know the odds of things, I mean, might not be able to express it sometimes. I mean, even the last time we got in an argument, it took me 5 minutes to realize that I was wrong. And even this time I asked you, I wasn't wholeheartedly, except for the tournament poker thing. That one I wholeheartedly disagree with you on.
Well, the other one I was willing to listen to.
You.
Dry answer.
Yeah, the other one I was willing to listen to. That's why I said, I don't know. I know that there's only 3 cards in between, but I always thought it was 4-gapper.
Tournament poker thing is more of an opinion.
Yeah, I guess so.
So don't get too mad at me by my opinion, please.
I just get mad at you sometimes because it seems like you don't
Ooh.
You aren't open to other people's ideas.
Set of 7s here, and Brian's got 6-7. Both players have a pair. Brian's got a gut shot 9-7-5 here on the flop, and Moshi has checked. This is one one of these cases where if Moshi check calls the flop and an 8 comes,
135.
and
Bit of money now.
Brian's going to bet 135.
Coming after, is that what you're trying to tell?
Thank you very much.
I'm awake now.
Start playing.
When you were teetering around 1,000, it wasn't worth it.
John, can I see
Moshi's
the
looking
rest
back at his cards. Can't believe he has a set.
You know what? This is cool. You can see my chips. I don't have any.
Right.
And he's going to check raise.
You look happy.
135.
You're having a good time.
That's all that matters.
How did you get to the picture? Yeah.
Oh, I see.
150 more.
He's going to raise it up to 150.
What's best when they take a picture of you and they bring the picture to you and they show a big pile of chips and then you ain't got any
Hey,
left.
you got any luck when you got the picture?
Wow, Brian's going to make the call. He's going to need to spike an 8 here. Oh, the turn is a 6. What a horrible card for Moshi, though.
That's a horrible card for both of them. Brian's going to get involved a little bit more, I think.
Yeah.
Bet 225.
Moshi's going to bet 225.
Then maybe you won't.
Well, unless you put Brian on an 8 and a pair, or just any 8, you know, you got to think that Brian would have a pair with the 8 if you made the call on the check raise. And he's picked up 2 pair now.
All in.
Oh boy, and Brian's moved all in. And Moshi calls, and the river is a deuce. And Moshi's going to take it down there with trip 7.
Yeah, that was a bummer. Brian was only calling for a chop there.
Yeah.
But only an 8 was going to help him.
Yep. Yep, drawn to a chop. And luckily for Brian, it doesn't look like it's going to
It's
cost him
not too much
that
damage.
much.
You know, it looks like a lot of 625.
625. There you go. And I think you might not agree with me with the tournament thing because, this is just my thing, that you consider yourself a tournament player, and what I want to say is that it doesn't work both ways. What I'm saying,
also a cash player.
no,
A very
I know.
successful cash player.
What I'm saying is but I'm not trying to disrespect tournament players. I'm
Right.
saying that just because you're a good tournament player doesn't necessarily mean you're a good poker player. But a good poker player can definitely be a good tournament player. So it's not, one side or the other. That's what I'm trying to get at. He's going to raise to 70 here. Four-way action. And we're going to see a family pot. 10-5-7. Brian's got the nut flush draw there in seat 3 with overcards.
That is 150.
Rick is bet 150. Was the original raiser. Brian's got a monster hand here. He's got a smooth call. And now this is one of the times where even if he doesn't pick up a card to help on the turn, he could raise here on the turn. Well, the turn's a spade, and he's made the nut flush.
Considering Rick doesn't have anything. I don't think he's going to get much.
He's going to continue to bet.
Yeah, there you go. He got some.
If an 8 came, he'd make a straight. He bets 150. Pretty weak. And there you go. It looks like Brian is going to raise.
So hopefully for Brian, Rick hits an 8. Red 8. 8 of clubs.
And again, this might be one time where if you're in position and you're against aggressive player, you might let him continue to fire at you by smooth calling. But you risk, of course, you risk something happening on the river that will kill all your action, like another spade, a straight, some sort of straight card that looks scary.
Oh, he re-raised.
No, he raised. Rick bet and Brian raised.
I didn't see that he raised. I thought he just flat called. I thought that would have been a great move.
Yeah,
okay.
I was saying that he could have probably smooth called in that spot, but again, I mean, straightforward plays to raise. Now, you can't just check call out of position on the turn with a made flush, because what are you going to do? Just check call and then bet the river? That's stupid.
Right.
You got to either check raise or do something. But when you're in position, this guy keeps firing at you.
What is taking him so long? Oh, Lordy. Huh.
And he's
That's
going to
what
call? He's going to call?
No.
Or is he re-raising?
He's re-raising.
Oh, my goodness. Well, ace-queen, of course, is the nut right now. He's re-raised, it looks like,
Flat call, Brian.
350
Flat call.
more. Yeah, exactly. Now. Oh, he's moved over the top all in here, Shirley.
That's it.
No, I absolutely agree with you.
But he did get a lot of money. A lot of
Yeah.
money that I didn't expect him to get.
Yeah.
I mean, Rick's been, playing a little wild, but
Yeah.
I didn't expect him to get that much money.
At that point, if somebody check raises you with the nuts, now you've extracted a lot from him, yeah, I would flat call. And I'm not a big proponent of slow playing at all, but you got to force rake to bet the river.
Right.
I mean, even if another spade comes on the river, he's probably going to bet.
Right. I mean, the only thing you're worried about is, well, he might have been worried about a board pair. Maybe he thought that Rick had, two pair.
Yeah.
Two pair set.
Set or something like that, but I don't think that Rick's going anywhere with the set. But it's funny, some of these people on 2+2 are pretty smart. Spanish dirt baller.
Well,
Yep,
pretty
that's,
smart and pretty, yeah.
Well, no, what I'm talking
They're
about.
giving me a real hard time.
The tennis reference. I actually was talking about in the late 90s when I was the captain of my tennis team. I never took more insult to the fact that Thomas Mooster was ranked above Pete Sampras because he won all these clay events in Europe. It made me sick to my stomach. Anyways, it's getting pretty deep for all you out there. And usually the best clay court people in the world are Spaniards, by far. And that's not an insult at all. Pocket aces here. And John Wong raised, and pocket aces in the big blind smooth called here, so Jim's trying to play a trap. Oh, and John's flop top pair. King 9-4, a couple of spades. Remember, Jim just... And look at this, Jim's going to bet right out. He bets 125. And I think that John has... Did John just smooth call in there? Yeah, he smooth called. Turns an ace. Jim's made a set of aces now. Oh, he's going to check, surely. And John could back into a flush. He's got the 7 of spades in his hand. And just a check call here by Jim. And the river is a 7, and oh my goodness, John's made kings up now.
John's not having a great night.
Yeah, but the thing is that Jim, I think he thinks John might have a flush here. He's checked the river again. John's going to bet 300, and that's probably not going to get enough. You know, Jim's going to make the call.
He's just going to call.
Enough.
Yeah.
He's going to show over aces. Wow.
So this post here on 2+2, I have to point out, is from Barry. And he said, the one that you just scrolled past, he said that guy is not a real poker professional because of the childish antics of some tournament players.
Some tournament players,
yeah,
right.
not necessarily saying he's not a professional poker player because of his tournaments, you know, whether he's a winning player or not, but because of the way he conducts himself and the other things that bring amongst you, you know, whatever, to make you a professional.
Hey, I'm going to say
Just-
one more.
I know, you still agree to disagree.
I'm going to say one more thing about this, and then I'm not going to say anything else. My comment was I think my comment was, because you're a great tournament poker player does not mean that you're a great poker player. That's what my comment is. You can take it for what it's worth, and that's exactly what I said. People can interpret it for whatever they want. Call it a broad generalization, whatever.
Okay. There are a lot of great tournament poker players that are not great poker players because they don't have the other stuff too. Yeah, but I don't think it's because they don't play live. Because they don't have money management, they get themselves staked in games or make bad decisions.
John's going to raise here. Raise to 160. He's got ace rag off suit. Did you say have you ever had a boyfriend sit behind you at the table or anybody sit behind you?
No, I don't really like it. I
No.
said I don't really like it.
No.
I mean, you know, once in a while I'll have a friend sit back there if I'm, you know, having a conversation, if it's a small game, like, you know, if I'm playing the 100 no limit. But I really don't like it. And I usually only have them sit back there because they're waiting for a seat or something. No, they're not
Yeah.
going to hang out there with me all day long. No, it drives me crazy.
Here's the hand right here, you guys. I have to reset it.
Oh, look at that. No flop.
It's usually a good thing. My brother says anyway.
Pocket kings for seat 2.
This is no good now.
Oh, and Cloney has raised.
I'll show my
And we can't quite see what she has, but we would think that she's got a pretty strong hand.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Raising from an early position.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, pocket kings! John Wong is called with Queen 4 suited. Rick and Cloney both have pocket kings. And Rick is going to re-raise here. So a re-raise there by Rick.
Huh.
And Cloney's just going to smooth call. Wow. With John behind her. Maybe she's trying to play a trap, but look at this. John's in there now, too. No. Here we go. It's about an $900 pot to the flop. And there's the ace. There's the magic scare card, ace 10-6. And now if John bets here,
That's a hard bet. Really hard bet to make.
I know.
I mean,
I'm
it's
saying
been a
if you-
re-raise
yeah.
from both of those players there.
I mean, at this point, you might think someone has a set of aces, right?
You would,
Yeah.
It would have to cross your mind.
He's gonna bet, and looks like he's gonna bet.
Good.
I mean, the
yeah.
pot the pot is like $800 or $900, and he's gonna bet 500 here, and he might get both pairs of kings to lay the hand down. Although Rick, we've seen him call with questionable hands. He might not be going anywhere. Got the king of diamonds in his hand. It's going to check raise all in. Wow, and now Cloney, she's in a real tough spot.
I don't see how she can make this
No,
call.
I think this is an easy lay down for kings, and both players lay it down. And look at that, Rick's going to take it down. I don't know. What do you think about Cloney just smooth calling the raise there of kings
I would have re-raised.
with John behind her?
Yeah, I don't know why she did that. I would have re-raised.
Yeah.
I'm watching that tomorrow. I'll tell you what, you better not have fucked me out of my hand.
Tennis shoes. I did. You're gonna give me a smile. Oh god.
You're always jacking around.
It's worth $15 to see that one, huh?
Even if you never use it again, just the one time.
I was gonna do that on you.
Is Cloney from Texas or is she from Tennessee?
Texas.
Texas? Seat 6 is bet 90 here. John
Sure,
Wong has
Jack.
got ace queen offsuit.
No, I didn't say anything about Jack.
You know what? Watching this might even teach me, seeing where I didn't do wrong and what I did do wrong.
Yeah.
And a call by Rick. And a call by Brian. Brian's got queen jack suited. Moshi's got a suited ace there. We're going to see four-way action. But $350 pot. Ace, king, 8. John has got the ace. And Moshi has an ace. Rick's got second pair. Brian's checked it from up front. Moshi's going to lead with the ace. And John Wong is going to move all in over the top for 500. Rick quickly mucks king 7. So it looked like it was a $100 bet there by Moshi, and John has pushed all in over the top for an additional $375. Oh, $440. Actually, $440 more. So $440 more. So the pot is about $850 to $900. $440 to call. Getting about 2 to 1, but again, I don't really think this is an odds question. I think it's my beat question. Right, he's going to wait.
There you go. So I have to say that deep down truth, the one that called me woman earlier, just on 2+2, totally explained my point. And you probably agree. I mean, he says that tournament poker is another form of poker. The most brilliant 7-card stud player. He would be a great poker player, even though he couldn't play, say deuce to 7 low ball. He's a great poker player. So don't you agree with that?
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, everything that he says there in that post, I totally agree with, which is scrolled up now. But you can all read it. All the people that are reading 2+2 can.
I do like
can read it.
I do like Dave do Friends Niece post there too, which gives you a little interesting take on how cash players kind of do have to be a little bit more precise in their play compared to tournament players. Tournament players, you really do have to gamble it up a little bit, and you can't play as tight.
Yeah, but there's also science in that too.
Yeah, but absolutely.
I mean, you can know better situations than others to do it, and you do. I totally agree that you have to be more precise in live action game.
Ace-7 queen here on the flop. John's going to bet. Moshe folds. Oh. $70 raise there by Brian, 2+2. He's got ace-king. John Wong's going to call. 4-5 offsuit. He actually called. It looked like out of turn. Moshe is going to call on the button with
No,
ace
he didn't call.
queen.
He just had his blind in there. He just had his small blind in there.
I look like
but
John,
he calls now.
John called.
He is now. He just did.
Anyways, out of turn, in turn, it doesn't matter. He's got 4-5 offsuit, and Moshe's got ace-queen. Oh, king, queen, 7. Brian's got top pair. About a $320 pot. I think it was an $80 raise pre-flop. And he's going to bet 200. A little bit of a weak bet. And Moshe's going to come over the top with ace-queen. This is going to be interesting. $200 bet. It's a $720 total pot right now. And now he raises to...
Looks like another force. 340
340.
more.
So that means
that's 340 more, yeah.
Yeah, so that means the pot's about 1,050. 340 to call. 1,050 in there, 340 to call. Brian has the best hand. I mean, if you bet here and the guy raises you on the button, I mean, what do you put him on? What could he have? Obviously, he could have the same hand as you. He could have king, queen. Could be doing it on a flush draw.
Well, he's already looked over there, and I think he already knows how much he has. But he asked him, how much do you have? Maybe he wants to get some kind of verbal tell on him.
And I think he has about, I don't know, $800 to $1,000 maybe? 800 to 1,000?
Yeah.
900 more. So let's see what Brian does here. He has 900 more. Is he willing to commit him all in, or is he just going to smooth call? Oh, he just smooth calls.
Huh.
Oh, no. He's going to put another stack in there.
He must have, yeah.
Yeah, he's
he must have
re-raised.
said raised.
Yeah, he's re-raised. Smooth calling there wouldn't make a lot of sense if you think you have the best hand,
No.
right? No.
Not with 2 diamonds out there, especially.
So he's come back over the top. Very strong play there by Brian. And Brian's going to take it down. Shirley, this is actually going to be the last hand for us tonight, and Brian is the big winner. I think he won about...
Brian from 2+2.
Yeah, Brian from 2+2.
Cool.
Around $2,500 to $3,000. So there you go, Brian. He's played really, really straightforward.
Yes, he has,
Yeah.
which goes to one of your theories that you can play that. And you were saying that only works, or well, you didn't say that
Well, actually,
only works in
we
the
used
lower
to say that
limits,
it
but-
didn't work at this limit. But,
Right.
But this game is actually playing like a tighty-nitty game. Pocket kings here, seat 6. John is raised to 100. Jim has got pocket 8s over there in seat 9. And look at this, he flops a set of 8s, and John Huang is in trouble.
Oh, those kings have been murder for him.
Oh, my goodness. And he's going to get check raised to 150. John has bet 75, and Jim has check raised to 150.
Sorry.
And is Hong going to lose again here with kings? He doesn't have many chips. And he's just going to smooth call. I think he might be thinking he's setting a trap up.
Yeah, I think so.
The turn's a queen. And Jim's going to continue to lead here. Looks like 350. Yeah, and John's going to push.
It's just one
And
of those
he's going to
days for
lose
him.
unless he spikes another king. He's going to lose again. I think he knows he's beat here.
I think so.
And the river's a 9, and Jim takes it down with 8s full. Wow.
He's done.
Look at
John's
Tracy.
like, I've had enough. Yeah. That's 3 kings in one night that have been cracked. Nothing he did today went well for him.
Yep. Well, that is going to do it for us tonight. Thank you again for joining us.
Yes.
We had kind of a tight night, but had some interesting conversation.
Yeah, there
Anyways.
you go.
Please join us tomorrow night for our Poker Blue final table tournament. Of course, people qualified on Poker Blue, and they will be playing tomorrow night at Live at the Bike. And, of course, on Saturday, we'll probably have another big-time no-limit game. And we will see you back on Wednesday, Shirley?
Next week.
Next week?
Yeah.
All right.
All
Great.
right.
Well, for Shirley Rosario and everybody here in the booth, I'm Bart Hansen. Good night, everybody, from Live at the Bike.
Good night.
It's here. It's big. And it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the Bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.